Okay, so getting started. And my plans for today are going to be that we mostly are going to be doing like probably rat racing, and then after we'll see. Like it'll depend, right? I've got goals that I want to achieve, and that's kind of gonna be important. So let's try and hit those. Okay, it's to survive. Survival is always a bonus. Make it through stream. My plan today is to rat race for the most of it, and then we'll see. Like we might play some other stuff, but it depends. It all does depend. Mhm. Just 1 second. Sorry, I'm just doing a Duolingo lesson, and I just hit 1,000 days. So that's why I'm distracted, seeming. Just want to make sure I try to do at least one a day minimum. And usually I do it earlier, but I didn't do it earlier today because I'd forgotten. Because sometimes you get distracted. go. Sorry, I said that cabin life is good. That's all. I didn't say very much else. I said that cabin life is good and that we're trying to get out of the fitness rut a little bit. We're still kind of in the fitness rut for a little while longer. Sorry. Sometimes like when I cough or if I sneeze or something like that, I get muted. And then but it's not on purpose, you know. Same stoof. Rabbits. Rabbits are the easiest animal to collect, so rabbits will be the animal that we get. But it'll be later. No, I'm not worried about getting the rabbits right now, but I can do it via snare traps. Snare traps and yeah. Recoup. So there's a pile of loot there, pile of loot here. So there's about 3 piles of loot there to grab. Oh yeah, that's what we'll probably do, is we'll probably do rabbits. Because they're, like I said, they're the easiest. Oh. No, I killed you already. You stay down. Rude. It's 2 reanimators so far in this playthrough. Awkward. I killed you already. I don't need to kill you again. Reanimating zombies though are some of my favorite zombies in the whole game. I like them. enjoy your sleep. I will be here doing the rat race until I hit the goals that I set for myself for today, and after which then I'm not too sure what I want to do, whether it's going to be schedule one. Also, we could start a Sims playthrough, or we could start the Rim World. Those are some of the options that I have in my brain right now. If we start a Sims playthrough, though, it'll be the Higgins family. And if I do schedule one, I'll just continue my Frog Tea Emporium, depending. But, whichever is preferred. But I'm happy doing the rat race right now. I've got goals that I want to hit. Two big old bags of stuff. And then we'll take whatever is closest to the house as well. We've got a watch bag placed in the forward position now, next to the other fence area. So hopefully we'll be able to get through that here in the near future. We can sort out the loot pile later. Maybe emerald is not right. Did I die on my last run? Yes. This is stream 3 of this run. You knew an exclamation point last dad? And see me miss my axe swing? That is how I died. It was just a miss, that's all. A miss and an unforgiving bite on the arm. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna recoup. And I'm enacting my initial plan, my original plan that I had that I was going to do before I ended up in Riverside. So this is actually the original route that I was going to take. So I'm actually kind of keen to be back here and keen to try and make this work. So the thing about the fence is something that I'm using right now, and I should have been using and did use in the initial of my other one. It's just I didn't use them quite this way. I was going to, and then we got to the point where I didn't need to anymore, so I just avoided it. If we get to that point again with this character, I'm going to just ignore the fences for the most part. Like, I mean, we'll use a little bit of fence combat, but the reason why I don't like fence combat is because it's too risky. Risk versus reward, you know? At any moment, you could mess up a fence combat and then it's over, right? And but then again, same for regular combat too, as seen by my previous character. Like, right? I can mess up regular combat, but it's less likely that I'm gonna mess up regular combat than I am going to do the fence combat. Because I'm not good at fence combat. That's the biggest problem, I guess. I'm okay, but I'm not the best at it. I need to set up something here. Soon, not now. Hello. It's going pretty good so far. I'm having a good day. Progress is good. Those are brand new clothes, which means your shoes are going to be intact. We may have seats. You just got home from work? Kudos. Well, there's one hole in the denim shirt. That's unfortunate. And one hole in the overalls. I thought there would be none, but it's okay. The boots are good though, so we can wear those. These shoes are kind of broken anyways. Headland, sorry. Sorry. That's... Oh, too far. Too many. I have another weapon? Oh, it doesn't matter. I need to go back anyways. Let's take as many of the things that I can back with me. Well, I'm not asking you to. I just post that ads thing anytime anyone says ads, because they're upset about it, just so that the folks that don't know their options have their options available to them. So, those are the options that are available to folks that have the ability. You do what you think is best. That's why the last one is just wait patiently. But if you can find a working ad blocker, do that. If you can find, do Twitch Turbo, do that. Twitch Turbo is the best value in my opinion if you watch a lot of Twitch because, you pay a little bit more, right, than a sub, but you can then access a lot more channels with no ads. So not all, because like for example, gaming events and stuff like that will still have their advertisements because those advertisers pay more, so they end up, it's more. So those ones have to kind of get through Twitch Turbo. But that's aside, majority of Twitch no longer has ads when you have Turbo. Turbo is really, really good for that. And it gives creators a larger cut, kind of. So that's kind of nice. Or at least it separates it. So like you still count towards the ads. So that helps out folks. That said, obviously subbing is the best for if you're going to return to a channel. Yeah, so it's one of those things that, in my opinion, is best. All right, you haven't seen my new character properly. We are now at the stage where we're starting to get up there. I'm 3-4 now, and we're some of the skills we're starting to build up. Like we got nearly level 6 foraging, level 5 carving. Reloading's level 5. Level 5 reloading. It's gonna be an eternity before we get to level 6. That said, oh my god, that reloading. Yeah, getting the first 5 levels of reloading is less impressive than the end 5 of them. Trust me, those are the ones that are the real ones. Here we go. Just grab all this. Grab all that I can carry along the path back. What profession am I? I'm a police officer because it is the reason being is because aiming, reloading, and nimble. It's too I know reloading is one of the worst skills to level. It's arguably the worst skill to level in the game. Because it gets a minus 67% debuff when you reach level 5. So once you're level 5, anything past level 5 is absolutely horrendous to level. You get and sometimes you don't even get XP for putting a bullet in. But yeah, if there is 8 or 9 channels that you like to watch, I recommend Turbo then, because Turbo is a monthly charge of what is it? It's like $15 or something like that. But it would let you watch all of those channels, no more ads. And yeah, there are quite a lot of folks that I know of that will pause during the ads, but I don't do it all the time. For example, like sometimes I'll pause during the ads, like sometimes, but sometimes I'm busy and I'm doing other things, and ADHD go burr, and I'm too focused on the game to notice that ads have happened. So it's one of those things that it's helpful for that to a degree, right? Yeah, reloading is one of the hardest skills to level. I'll put it like this. Lamprey did a 22-hour reloading stream. Nothing but reloading. He did reloading and maintaining his character, so eating and drinking and all that. And then he did a little bit of sprinting because his sprinting level was close. I was there for 20 out of 22 hours. He made it to level 9. Right? Made it to level 9. Indeed. It is chunky for time. I don't know if it'll make it to that point though, because right now a lot of folks are going to be running reruns. So you're going to notice a lot of channels are going to be running reruns. Do you know why? Is because Twitch is implementing a new highlight thing that's going to limit all of the highlighted VODs. So a lot of folks are going to be playing their highlights best they can. until whether they choose to upload them or something. But if anyone had collections before, collections now are no longer going to be very good, because the whole point and purpose behind collections before was that you would be able to do highlights of your stream, and then you could collect them, and then you would have them in collections so that you could then have people can go and watch those when they want to watch them, kind of thing, right? Not very many people were using that feature, so Twitch is getting rid of the highlights to a degree. Like, you're able to still keep, like, I think it's 100 hours or something of highlights, but it's so if you're curious why folks are doing reruns at the moment, that's one of the reasons. Because their highlights are going to be gone. So that is implemented on April 25th, if I recall correctly, or April 9th is, I don't remember. It says on the dashboard when that's going to be implemented. Let me check, because I don't remember. It's right here. April 19th. Sorry, I didn't realize it was it was so soon. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're going to see a lot of reruns and a lot of highlights and a lot of people going over their old content, is because there's that limitation is kicking into effect. So hopefully those folks can get most of their stuff uploaded to YouTube, even if it's just privatized in YouTube, like, so that they can then cut it up and, have it settled. Right now, I'm still working on some things. But I'm having a good time for the most part. Like, I need to get things settled and organized, and then I need to pull some stuff forward. But that said, we're getting, like, it's going pretty good so far. We'll pull from the sink. I've been gradually pulling loot back from the front lines. But I am going to want to create fobs eventually, because running that entire distance is not going to be fun. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to bring that chair with me over to a fob, and then it'll be... But I need the fobs to be clear of zombies first, so that, there's no zombies there. So when I sleep there, that, we're not dealing with corpse sickness. Okay, I'm going to do a quick BRB, though, because I want to refill my tea. They didn't use butter? What did they use? Canned goods? I wasn't paying attention to that part of it. I was more so looking at the part where they plumbed a sink in on the side, and then the bed they used, which is nice. Macaroni and dried peas and dried beans. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's what I was saving those cans for the same thing. I wasn't gonna use butter either. Although if I managed to get a stick of butter, I might have, but I didn't have animals for butter, so. I got another day's worth before they need help, so. Yeah, you can use butter though. 2 sticks of butter is enough, right? But I understand where you're coming from. Chances are though you will find more than 5,000 calories in an entire city once you've cleared the whole thing out. Which is essentially what you have to do in order to clear out those outposts. You need to clear the whole area, all of it. Otherwise there's going to be zombies bothering it. You just want it to be more difficult? Yeah, I mean, you know. I get you. If you happen to have butter, and then, you know. The most difficult part isn't the calories for sure. It's the plumbing the sink is a bit of a chore. So you need a pipe wrench in order to do that. You need the a car, a functional car to park beside it. You need a generator. Like it's there's quite a lot that goes into that. Thank you for the wellness check. I am having a good day. I am just in the process right now of, well, I'm gonna grab this stuff because let's go drop off everything else. Put you into a long stick and place you there. Yeah, I had a good rest, and I did eat a good dinner. It was good. I was kind of hoping that I would get to spend some time with Emma, but unfortunately Emma was sleeping, so I didn't get to spend time with Emma. But that's okay. I mean, it happens. Sometimes we don't get to, our paths don't cross right away. Yeah, I'm muted again. I'm sorry. I was just complaining about napping. That's all. That there's nothing in napping, really. Like, I mean, so let's look at napping. If you look at napping, everything requires a chip stone except for this, this, and this. Everything else requires chipstone or flint nodules, right? So that's I was just complaining that it all requires chipstone and there's nothing really in the napping tree. Like, I mean, not really. If you really think about it, this requires level 6 napping for a long stone blade, right? If you, there's nothing else really though. Like, I mean, you've got stone knives, the sickles, long stone knives, chisel, drill. This one here is at level 3, right? And then you can make these two at levels 5 and 4 respectively, right? For a long stone axe. But actually you can't quite make this right now because of the debris bug, which sucks. But I mean, they'll fix it eventually. But I just feel like napping needs more. It doesn't have enough. Like there's not much here. I wish there was more napped tools and more napped tools that allowed you to use the regular stones. You know what I mean? Because I can make a ton of regular stones, but what to what avail? Yes, it can be used for masonry, but that doesn't it's not got no uses in napping at all. I can't nap tools like slightly cooler tools or, yeah, give napping more things so that we can nap more. Cuz that would be cool. Like, could you imagine, like, not just these two, but like maybe a better stone sickle, or perhaps like not a better stone saw, obviously. Well, I want the flint saw to be better, but I would love it, or either that, or make it so that we can uh, trade our regular stones for chip stones. If you have a chisel, you should be able to make chip stones. Yeah, sure, may require level 2 napping, but once you get to level 2 napping, you're rewarded with chip stones, you know? Instead of having to wait until level 5 napping so that you can make a stone maul, and then once you have the stone maul, you're rewarded with chip stones, right? I don't know. It would open up more avenues for weapon creation that way, right? Plus, it would things would be less gated, which currently there's a lot of gates, and I don't really like how gated some things are in this. Hi, by the way, Molly. Hopefully you're having a good day. You caught me mid rant, kind of. Well, sort of. I half my rant was muted, saying that there's not enough things in napping. But I kind of feel like that's the thing, right? Like maybe they'll add more things as time goes on. It's just like glass making. They've been adding a little bit more. Apparently, you can make a lantern now. Like that's something that's neat, a neat idea. See, lantern glass. Um, but I think that this lantern glass thing is going to be suffering because of a duplication here. So we'll see though when we get to that point. Um, disconnecting and resting. See, that's good. It's good to take a rest day. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Because this stuff exists in masonry as well, right? You can break this with a chisel there, but you can't chisel yourself some. You can chisel bricks, but you can't chisel chipstone. And you can make arguments that, yeah, okay, well, but they're different kinds of material, right? Like chipstone or flint, while regular stones are regular stones. I get that. But then you could have a sharp stone, right? Like a regular sharp stone. It's kind of like Minecraft, right? Minecraft has gravel that turns into flint, and then it also has cobblestone. But you know, right now my napping choices are to run around with this cardboard box and break down large rocks that I see. Right? So like, I mean, that's not a good choice. And I took wilderness knowledge to get an extra bonus in napping. The road isn't really yielding very many chipstone though. After which I'm gonna have like over several hundred rocks that I'm not really going to have much use for, right? So it ends up being like, okay, well, now I'm going to have, like, in this pile alone, we're going to gain roughly about 10 to 15 XP, right? And I'm going to have, because there is a large stone here, there's a large stone there, we're going to have over 50 rocks just chilling here in this pile. Am I going to want to cart that back? Maybe some of them, but not like immediately all of them, right? And that gives me stone hammers. I can make a ton of stone hammers if I want to, and stone hammers aren't bad. They're not terrible short blunt weapons to use. It's just that it's a bit absurd. I see there's 3 large rocks right here in this little cubby. And then the ones that I already took. So there's going to be like 80 rocks here on the ground. Not to mention that it says 5 minutes, but it's quite a lot of them. See, because there's this rock, there's that rock, and that rock. I should forage a bit to eat, though. Yeah, it'd be cool if there was more things that you could nap, and there was more things that you could, I just want more. That's the thing. More things in each thing. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. There's a zombie somewhere. I don't know where it is. Probably north, if I had to guess. I don't know. There you are. So many things bank on the chipstone. Now, it's not as bad as Twine was. Twine was in much worse a place than the chipstone's ever been. But you do still need a lot of chipstone. And I'm glad they fixed the Twine, the dogbane hem. And I do agree that maybe it's a little bit too far in the other direction. However, I do like that. The reason why I like that is it's getting more people crafting. More people are making things now because so like they can adjust it later, but for now it's in a good place because now people are actually making weapons, they're making spears, they're making crafting stations, they're enjoying that aspect of the game, and thus it gives more to play testing, right? So that people can be like, oh well, there's this and that, and but and then so later on they can then nerf it so that there's more, right? Like it costs a little bit more, not too much more. I think 5 wouldn't be a bad call because think about it like this. Twine has 5 uses, right? 5 dogbane is fair. Even 10 wouldn't be not too bad, but in my opinion maybe 10's a bit much. So because you'd need to find 2 dogbane nodes. Meanwhile, if you find 1 dogbane node, you may get 5 dogbane from it, or 6. Let's say you get 6. You have 5 dogbane for 1 twine, and you have 1 piece of dogbane left over for the next twine. You see? So it ends up being that 5, I think, is the best number. But once again, that's one of those things that they can do that later. Right now, it's good that people are crafting. Chances are I will actually use all of these rocks because what'll happen is I'll use them to craft with masonry here in a while, but it does seem excessive, right? That there is now just 90 rocks over there, and now I'm gonna be moving forward, and I want to do the same kind of thing over here. I want there to be like another batch of some. But yeah, I definitely am keen. We'll see though. Could you imagine if at level 9 there was a stone bucket that you could create that heats up, like one that actually boils water? I suppose that wouldn't really, like, it would only be able to be used a handful of times before the stone would erode probably. But I mean, still that would be cool. And like it could have like it can be boiled 3 times or something, and then it gets destroyed and you have to make another one. Yeah, that stuff will be fun. I just want more stuff. That's the thing. I want more. That's more things. I understand that that's one of those things. It's like they'll get there, but it's like but more will be great once we get it. Okay, I'll put those down for now. We'll head back, have ourselves a nap. And as much as I wanted to be able to do this, I'm just gonna eat this cabbage. I am looking forward to making a full-on cowboy outfit though, because that'll be fun. Because they've got some really cool recipes that I'm looking forward to trying. Make our own clothes. We're gonna need animals first for that though, which means that I need to find animals of some kind, or we need to go and attack deer. Let's run back. We'll have a nap. Hmm? Muted? In what way? I don't think so. Thank you, though. You never heard my seem so quiet? And sometimes I can be quiet. It just depends on like what I'm doing. Like right now, I was just foraging, so I'm like looking at the ground, trying to make sure I don't miss any forage notes while I'm kind of wandering. Sometimes I get quiet. And sometimes I mute because I cough or sneeze or something. Or I try. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes it's hard, you know? Like I try to mute, and when I sneeze, and it beats me. It's like a race. Sorry. Hopefully we find some food. If not, though, those birds should happen while we're out here doing... I'm hoping to get the rest of the next tier of napping. Oh. Really? That large branch is just large enough to not allow me to move the rock. Dropped it on the ground instead. There we go. I'm gonna head back out. We managed to get a little bit more napping XP. We're just over the halfway. I've broken apart, like, I don't know, quite a lot of rocks, because they give me about 2 XP per. Fingers crossed. Like 90 rocks there. I wonder if there's going to be a way to grind rocks into sand in the future. Because part of the thing, like a lot of the debuffs that have been added, like, you know, the nerfing to disassembling furniture and all that kind of stuff, were added in a way to stop locust behavior. And currently, there's not going to be any sand on any of the beaches if you're wanting to build a castle. All of the sand will get scooped up. So I'm wondering if that's going to be addressed here in the near future. Or if there's going to be like a way to turn compost into dirt as well. So that you can do dirt, gravel, and sand as all collectibles that we can make. So that we don't have to locust up the sand that's on the map. And arguably, yeah, there's enough sand on the map that it would take quite a long time to vacuum it all up. But if you were playing on like a server or something, you know. Pretty much, yeah. How did my last run end? You can do it. Yeah, there's a clip. Exclamation point last death. There's almost always a clip. I clipped that one. Somebody else clipped it as well. Usually it's very quick. It ends very fast. That's how it usually happens for you? It doesn't usually happen like that for me. It depends. Usually involves stunlock. Mine usually it involves a flank. My most common death is to flank zombies. I thought I could put socks in there. I guess you can't. Yeah. Gifted tier 3. Means you get to use all the tier 3 emotes as well as all the variants on the emotes as well. There's new animated ones coming as well, but I didn't expect to have anybody in tier 3, and that's just like it's above and beyond like my expectations, so I wasn't ready for it. And I sincerely apologize for that. I wish I was ready for it. We'll get there. We'll be ready one day. Why didn't I expect it? I, it, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. 7 liters of water in there. Hello. How's it going with the new character? The new character's going good. We're making progress. And right now, I'm just filling up some water. Killed 3 zombies today. Oh, I forgot to check the traps. It's okay, we'll check them in the morning. I want to make 2 more anyways. You're eating a sandwich for dinner. What are the fixins? What kind of sandwich? Do tell. Neat. Sounds like a really stacked sandwich. Lots of extra fixins. Sounds like a lot of things. My favorite kind of sandwich is probably a grilled cheese. as lame as that is, grilled cheese and PB&J. They're like really, but of course when I have PB&J, I like to load on the PB&J. I like lots of PB and J on my sandwich. It's the PB and J ratio to bread is like 2 to 1. It's gotta be fair amounts. Okay, now the next question. Crunchy peanut butter or smooth? If you can have peanut butter. If you can't and you have a peanut allergy, I do apologize, but you know, crunchy peanut butter or smooth? Smooth for you? I can understand. You prefer crunchy, but only... Ah, it's interesting. It's definitely one of those good questions. Ta-da! So there's a bug with the birds right now, in case anyone doesn't know about it. What happens with the birds is if you cook the birds after you chop them up, they keep their unhappiness bonus. So you actually need a bowl to put them in order to cut them up to take the unhappiness bonus away. Now, however, you can avoid that by cooking the bird first, then chopping it up, and then cooking it again. It's weird, but it'll still give you a little bit of unhappiness for some reason. It gives you unhappiness to eat bird that's been chopped up. Yet I can totally eat the bird when it's not been chopped up and have no unhappiness at all. It's a weird thing. I think it's an oversight because nobody uses birds at all for trapping. It's weird that everybody's busy with the rabbits and the cows and the other stuff, but I was like, I'm gonna, catch myself some birds, and it's a little strange. It's definitely, it seems like it's not working as intended. So, oh yeah, and raccoons. But see how it's still giving me a little bit of unhappiness, even though I just cooked it? And before, when it was a full bird, it actually gave me no unhappiness at all. It was actually a happiness bonus that I was receiving. It's just weird. But see, now it gives me unhappiness. Same as, like, it's kind of like fish that's not been cooked, right? It doesn't matter, though, because it's such little unhappiness that I can just wash my character and it's fine, but it's just, like, little things. I need to bring a jacket with me just in case, because we got cold last time. But do I already have it on me? I do. Okay, let's forage all the way. Am I playing 42.7? I know you guys can't see because I'm in the way, but yes. I always update to the new patch. A good way that you would have been able to tell even prior to that, though, is if you're looking at my character, you can see I'm wearing the new hand wraps that are a part of build 42.7. And also, if you were to look in my inventory while I'm cycling, because I'm actually wearing two of the new things as well, because the new briefs give you a +5 to your groin in terms of scratch defense, and the new this gives you +5 as well to scratch defense. So like I mean I'm gonna try out some of the new gear is the plan to eventually we'll get to that stage where I want to make my own cowboy outfit. Like put Van in like a leather duster and stuff, have him run around. I have some mini goals that I want to accomplish towards in the rat race for today's stream, as well as my plans are to also maybe we'll do some variety as well at the closer to the end kind of deal. We'll see. It's one of those things where I'm still deciding. We didn't do variety yesterday. I don't know if when was the last time we did variety. I know we did a variety day just not too long ago. But I'm gonna try and include more variety. So like we're gonna have like days where we're gonna have something else that we're doing, so that you know we can have a little bit of spice in our stuff and not get too bored of Zomboid. Not that I'm bored of it, it's because I'm not. It's just that it adds a little bit of spice and you know changes the gameplay up, right? No time variety. We got to dry into the 6-month mark. Yeah, I know. But we will probably hit like the 3-month mark very quickly. Oh, hello. You were very quiet the whole time, huh? Right up until I seen you. Hmm? Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Keep frosting. Oh, look at all those. They're all wearing hats. I like that. Frogs look cute in hats. They really do. They don't like keeping them on, but they totally look adorable in the hats. If you've ever seen a little frog with a hat on. There's a particular channel Emma and I watched where they frequently put little tiaras and little tiny hats on the frogs. Yeah, exactly. I think it's adorable. I don't think the frogs are aware of what the hats are though. Like, you know, they're just like frogs being frogs. I can't wait to have frogs in reality for several reasons. There's a lot of reasons why. One of the big reasons will be because if I've got frogs in reality, it means I'm with Emma, which is phenomenal, and I'll be super stoked. I'll be in Sweden. That's the plan, is to move to Sweden. Oh, hello. And we'll get there eventually. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, the biggest thing is that I'm waiting on the paperwork right now. So the way that a lot of that stuff works is that I have to apply for a an extension to live there, essentially. Like that, I can't just can't just go and be in a place. Like I could go and visit, but then I would be expected to leave at some point, right? So I needed to apply for an extension to live there. So it will extend to the length of my passport. And then what'll need to happen is I can always apply for an extension, but it can never out value my passport. So I am gonna need to renew my passport at some point during the stay, and then once I renew my passport, I will be able to apply for an extension on my on the until eventually I can apply for dual citizenship or stuff like that. Um, Hopefully by then I will have at least learned majority of the language because I'm still learning Swedish. Like I'm not very good at it. I know a handful of phrases at best. I can kind of navigate um, a conversation like a toddler. So I don't want to like I've been learning from Emma and from Duolingo, and I think that for me specifically, that it would be a better case to be made if I had an actual, if I actually took a class or something, just because I feel like I would learn better in that scenario. Um, there we go. Yeah, the essential phrases. Yeah, some of them. There we go. It's another 80. Yeah, that's the plan for now. So once the paperwork comes through, I will tell you guys. But I'll be excited. Obviously, I've been slowly like getting rid of everything, so that I can travel light, because I don't like traveling with a bunch of stuff. I find that that's tedious. So the plan is going to be to travel very light. So I'll be getting rid of majority of the things, and we've already got some of the streaming setup set up there. The plan is to have the streaming setup fully ready there, so there's no like stream won't miss a beat essentially. We'll be okay in that regard. And then, like I mentioned before, my hopes are to try streaming as a profession. We'll set up a schedule, like an actual schedule, because right now I can't have one due to the nature of my work. But in when I'm living there, we'll be able to set up a schedule, like a proper schedule, when I'll be streaming, and then we'll go from there. Because essentially, we'll be converting that to primary profession. And we'll try it for a while and see how it goes. I will do my best, as always. Start heading back. We've almost leveled to 2 on napping, which will unlock us a handful of recipes. But like I mentioned before, I do wish there was more that we could do with stone. Because level 2 napping only unlocks these 2 recipes, right? Then level 3 unlocks this. Level 4 unlocks the stone axe head. And then finally you get this at level 5, and this at level 5, and then this at level 6. Yeah. And we'll give you all the subs and bits. I do appreciate that, but I always remember to try and like be like, because I don't want folks to, if you can, then that's great. But I don't want to like put people out. The last thing I want to hear is that somebody was, somebody decided to go outside their means and built up a whole bunch of debt and stuff like that, right? I want to make sure people are okay. So as much as I very much am appreciative, and I always will be, it's one of those things that I'm also cautious about and want folks to be okay. Because I've heard stories like that before, like and it's can be kind of a thing. Like there was one I remember one particular it was they were a child, they weren't an adult, and they were purchasing like essentially what is the same as bits, and they were giving huge amounts to streamers, like huge amounts, but they were a kid, and they were doing it on their parents' credit card. So they made the streamers really happy, which was great, but at the same time, when the parents seen the bill later, they were like, what on earth? Yeah, so that story carries forth with me, and I always will remember. Yes, it does make me happy. Yes, I'm always, but I'm also very cautious on that way. Is like, make sure that you're good, that you're taking care of you, right? And because it's I'd hate to be in that position where it be like, the bill comes forward and you're like, wait a second, where did these thousands of dollars in transactions come from? It's like, well, from what I remember, the company that was working with those folks, I don't know what happened with that exactly. I know they probably definitely discussed it at the very least, though. I'm hoping those folks got a like somewhat of a refund. Cause yeah, the amount that person spent on the platform was ludicrous, like ludicrous. Specifically, that was Camcord was what it was called. Which Camcord essentially, at first it was a streaming platform, and then they decided to go full mobile because they wanted to do the whole Vine thing, and that kind of shot it in the foot. So eventually, it kind of collapsed as a result. There was more to it than that, obviously, but that is essentially what happened. There's a lot of companies that put way too much weight in phones, like way too much weight. Like same as the whole Blizzard debacle, right? Too much weight put into phones. Because phones are great and all, but they're convenient and they're nice to have, and yeah, most folks have one, but it's like not everyone has one, and also they're not as powerful. They just aren't. A lot of the time they overheat. It's not they're not that good. Too much weight in that one. I'd love for the programs to work better, but it's hard to do that with such limited stuff, right? It's same as the Twitch app. I don't fully blame Twitch that their Twitch app is not that great because phones themselves are hard to work with. I used to think that it was because Twitch didn't care very much about that stuff, but then I thought about it more, and it's like, no, I don't really think that it's Twitch's fault. Yeah, like I mean, because and one that I really remember from that as well is another similar story. I had a friend named Pocket, right? That their name was Pocket Console, right? And they were very big on the phone streaming. They used to stream lots of stuff, Minecraft, tons of things on their phones, right? Anyways, one day one of their phones melted, like completely melted, because they were going for a bit of a longer stream, and um, yeah, phone completely melted all the way into liquid because it wasn't built to do that. It's not built to stream for hours and hours and hours, right? It's meant to be played for a short time and then, you know, resting. It goes into rest mode so that it can cool down. You'd need extra cooling and stuff for that. It's just not. It's not built into it. Yeah, it's built to be for short doses or for like a few hours on a plane before you have a rest or like car trips, stuff like that, right? It's not meant to be like your primary source of gaming, which in that particular friend's instance, it was their primary source of gaming, right? Yeah, exactly. Watch a movie and then, have a bit of a rest or have a transfer system like that can cool your phone. But it's unlikely, all right? It's like it's tough. That's why you have six phones? You're crazy. Although, you know, maybe I mean I have three, but the reason why I have three is because I own one that is, and well, I own them all, but like one's not on anything. Like it doesn't have a plan. It's just like a tablet kind of is what I use it for. Um, The other one is a work phone, and then I have my home phone, like my personal, right? And I'm still regretful that the because I don't give the personal out very often. But that's the phone that I had that I gave to the folks for the emergency, and I'm still partially regretful because of that. They haven't called me in a long time though, so maybe they're done calling me. I'm still expecting to hear from them sometimes though. Maybe they finally got my number off of there. More middle of the night phone calls. Yeah, exactly, right? The funniest part is though a lot of the time I can deal with whatever problem that they bring forward. I know the procedures, right? That's the funniest part. I know I don't work there. Yeah, you got to follow this procedure. Because those kinds of things don't change. A lot of that stuff doesn't change. Heck, their systems don't change either, right? That's another thing is that because if it isn't broken, don't fix it kind of deal. But a lot of companies will be running on these absolutely ancient systems that are from like 2000 or 1990 or 80 or like sometimes it just depends, right? It depends on what when the business was running and how they're running it. But they don't want to change the systems because the systems work. I think that's one that I heard for airlines as well. There's some airlines that are running on like the oldest of systems. Like they don't even have computer systems. Some of them are like still manual. Can't even imagine that. Because you'd figure the computer systems make things easier, but they don't always, right? They don't always. And think about it like this: power goes out, those other ones still work, right? Power goes out, those other ones can still work because they're on manual. That's one of the reasons why when I was in a lot of different professions, that we would be taught manual stuff, is because, well, if we're ever stuck, we want to make sure that we're good. Go eat all the bird. Push myself to gain a little happiness, and let's keep going. All right, let's head back out. I go finish napping level 2, so that I can at least make what's it called? The stone chisel and the stone sickles. No e-files. You have to dig through a filing cabinet. Okay, I got it. I understand. It's good to have those things like put into computers, but to be quite honest, it's good to just keep the files too. I like having both because then you can quickly pull up the information if you want to, but also you have the paper trail if you need it. I like both. We've done similar stuff for ours. We have both. We both documents as well as paper. Because then you've got it all. And if somebody tries, same for a lot of our jobs, we have like the pictures and like full on everything. Like we make sure that everything's pristine. That is the important thing, right? Is to have it's both to have everything and then accountability. Like so, if some like there if there's ever complications, which there has been in the past, there have been complications. That they can't just shift the blame onto us. Like it's not feasible for them to do that because we've got all of the paper that says everything. Because that's the thing, right? Is a lot of the time when things break or stuff like that, folks will try and pin the blame on anyone but them. Otherwise, they take the cost. Frog Lord, hello. Yes, Frog. My frog hat is in the chat somewhere. Thank you for the wellness. So many stones. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. There's probably on this path at least 200 to 230 stones, if I had to guess. Something in that ballpark. Maybe 300. Because, see, there's this pile of 20. There's this pile of, like, another 30, I think, here. Is this 30? Yeah. There's a zombie. No, there's 40 in that pile. All right, let's get to work grabbing in the rocks from the area. Not you. We need rocks that are like this. Now to get the next level will cost more. One, two. See, if we could happen to be lucky enough to get a club hammer though off of a zombie, it's more likely to get a club hammer than a pickaxe or a sledgehammer. Apparently, the sledgehammer works too. I found that out recently while watching Unknown, because I haven't tested every possible thing that you can use to smash the stones, but like, see, this right here is a flint nodule. You can see right here it says flint boulder custom name. Also it says crafting ore underscore 35. This one's flint right here. um you can tell that a lot of these rocks are just regular stones for the most part though. Like, so like you can see stone, stone, flat stone, regular stone, 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 large stone, log, log, large stone, regular stone, flat stone. So these three right here are all large stones. These three, and then that one there. So that's what I'm using right now, is to level my my stuff. But it's hard, kind of, because it's not giving me much XP. Like, I'm getting 2 XP, 2.8 I think, or 2.4 or something like that. I'm getting almost no XP from this, which means that it would take roughly 150. Well, not 150. It'd be a little bit less than that. Um, but still, like 100 of these stones, which means that each of those, so 100 of these would be 1,000 stones that we would have, that we could then use to produce like a fair castle. Like, we could make our own castle essentially, if I can get enough clay cement. Could you imagine? How did you make your stone castle? I was training napping the whole time. But see, this is roughly about, I'm gonna have to see, but so we just did 8 of those rocks, which is roughly 80 stones worth, and we got total, we're at 23 XP right now. I accidentally built a castle. Please help. I accidentally built a shelf. I don't know what that's from, but that's it makes me laugh to think about that. Please help. I accidentally built a shelf. I accidentally built a castle. Just this lovely gothic castle in the middle of the woods. It was an accident. I didn't mean to build it. It's right over there. This is close enough to the house that. Oh yeah, no worries. I figured that you are one of the folks that's good. But I just I like my stance on it to be known so that folks don't feel obligated to, like, and that we'll be okay. Just having folks around is nice. And then on top of that, anybody that can is going to be able to, I hope, but at the same time, there's no obligation. Yeah. Because there's a handful of folks that will want to, right? And I just want those folks to be okay, and I want those folks to know that as much as I understand that it's something that they wish to have happen and help and stuff, I wouldn't want them to be putting themselves out. Okay. Can't quite have my decorations yet. I want them, but I can't have them yet. I am not allowed to decorate. Not yet. At some point, maybe, but not yet. Used to get all the frog emotes. That's fair. Maximum frog emotes. Get these out of here. Anything that's clothing related. Broken jeans, worn jeans. And anything that's dirty is going. Okay, yeah. And then 3 leather strips. And support your favorite streamers. Exactly. Supporting your favorite streamers is the best. Noob. You're not a robot, right? I'm convinced that you're a robot. Even though you said that you weren't that one time. I think maybe that was just a fluke with your AI. You gotta prove to me you're not a robot. Right? It could just be an AI. Yeah, like maybe it's one of the first sentient AIs that actually exist, a real one. Who knows? I don't know. I'm gonna continue to believe that they're a robot, though, for now. AI's become town. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they're Skynet. You never know. They might be Skynet. It's definitely a possibility, you see? Could be. Maybe they're a robot. Ah. I like the idea of Skynet. I really do. I think it's cool sounding. Yeah, it sure is apocalyptic, but like, I mean, it also could be pretty cool too. Chop these denim into long denim shorts. Chop the long denim shorts into tiny denim shorts. I like those movies. Those movies were good. I'm an AI created. Wait a second. You said you were an AI created in Moscow last time. I am sensing that you are maybe not who you seem. Either that or you're forgetting your manufacturer. One of the two. The second one had you in tears. That's fair. Those films definitely are films that can get Emma to be very passionate. And they are amazing films. AI are good about confidently being wrong at things. It's because of the people who program them, That's it. We're flawed individuals, and we created them, so they get to inherit our flaws. They're really good at being wrong because we are good at being wrong. Okay, this pair of broken jeans needs to be repaired. So I'm gonna bring it in here. Can I pick you up? Why does it require carpentry to move that stuff? I can move a dresser without carpentry skill, in reality. It's really easy. You just pick the dresser up and move it. Now, in saying that, I can't move a fridge. I'm not able to lift a fridge and move a fridge. That's not something I can do. Project Zomboid characters are insane. The fact that they can kind of just pick up a fridge and walk off is mind-blowing. Human error lives on, indeed. There we go. Did I just wash the clothes? Yeah. Do you know why? It's because when I rip them up, then I'm gonna get more clean rags and I don't have to out of it. So that's why. If you're curious why I'm taking the time to wash all these clothes. Yeah, I get more clean rags out of it. And also, like, well, I mean, clean clothes are nice, right? If I see any clothes that I want to keep, then I can have them. And of course, I'm probably not going to keep most of this stuff, but quite a lot of it. Like, I mean, this polo sweater vest we can put on. for example. It's got 2 holes in it, but it's extra insulation. Stuff like that. But yeah, I'm taking an in-game day just to wash some stuff, just because then it's mostly good. We'll be able to fly through tailoring quite quickly. It was deemed okay that we can use that leveling method if we want to. I'm still on the fence if I'm going to or not, but it's been deemed good to use, like okay to use. And if you're curious what I mean, there is a method currently in tailoring that's been just freshly introduced where you can where is it? You can make this thing here. It uses up twine, right? Regular rags, and a bone needle, and after which you can rip it up, and it has a chance to give you more rags than you started with. So it uses up the twine. So like we will need to use twine to do it, right? But it has a chance to give you up to, I think I've seen as many as 8 rags. So it like can double the amount of rags that you're using to make it. Now, there is a chance that it gives you less, so like 3, but you know, just go grab another rag and start the process again. So but most of the time it should give you more. So it's a way to sort of fast track the early levels of tailoring. Because it doesn't give very much XP. Like if you were to look at the amounts it gives you, here I'll do one really quick. Where are they? Because you make one, right? It gives you, it's giving me 0.7, right? And then I rip it. Remember I had 4 rags to start. Now I have 9, so that gave me 5 rags. So I gained 1 rag on that, right? Of course, I lose the twine, but you can always make more twine, right? Like I can grab I can go grab a bunch of dogbane hemp and keep making twine. When I found that out, I was like, that's actually, it's not a bad way to level tailoring in the early game to like level 1, and once you get it to level 1, then tailoring becomes a breeze. Because then you do the patch method and you can level tailoring fairly quick. Because, well, I say fairly quick, it's still slow and requires a lot of rags. And a lot of ripped clothes. Like a lot of ripped clothes. Was it this one? Yeah, it was a sweater vest. Throw on the hoodie. Really quick, I'm gonna check these plants. Wellness. Thank you for wellness. Does the weather affect crates and furniture? Not that I'm aware of. No. It does affect your foraging chance, though. And it affects fishing. And it affects your character. It doesn't affect the zombies. Um, well, sorry, it does, but it doesn't. Like, it affects their sight lines, so their sight lines reduced a little bit now. It didn't used to affect them that way, but now it does. So, like, if it's raining, foggy, or it's nighttime, the zombies have their sight reduced by about a third. You're still new? Yeah, it's there's a lot of information in this game. I feel like Zomboid is a wide pool, but it's not a deep pool. Like it's not super deep in terms of once you've understand how a lot of the stuff works. But it's definitely there's a lot of information in the game. I could pick those up and use them for compost, but that's fine. We don't have a composter yet. Hello. You just read the tailoring thread and you like when the rules are done like that? That's how I wanted to do it initially. So, and but the real thing is so to put it plainly, I wanted to keep the spirit of the rat race together, the whole thing, best I could. So any pre-existing rulings, I wanted to carry those forward. So if there's anything that was ruled before, we marked that down and put that in. So, however, if if something new comes up, well, obviously we've got to re-rule. Like we gotta figure it out together. So it's not one person. It's a community thing, and it's a community challenge. And like I mentioned prior to, if we ever do a Rap Race 2.0, if a save comes along or like an update comes along that destroys all of our saves, let's say, so everybody has to start over, all of us, right? Um, we would then relook at the rat race as a whole and see about things that we want to change. Do we want to lower the vehicle engine loudness? Do we want to lower, like, increase the meta events? Stuff like that. We'll bring that forward in a 2.0 later, but for now, I wanted it to be like, and I'm not the only one. There was a lot of us that wanted to make sure that we keep the rat race spirit alive in the sense that it was. Because there's some things that folks would want. There's like, and there's some stuff that I would change too for the rat race. But it's not about what I would want or what, it's more about a community thing, right? It's meant to be fun for us all, but also challenging. That's part of the adversity of the whole rat race, is that it's supposed to be pretty tough. But there are some things that definitely are more tedious than tough, right? But that's part of their tedium is part of their challenge. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm making sense with that. Is that part of the whole point of it is that yes, it sucks, but it's supposed to. Like one of the things that got brought up was the crops not being so great. Like the crops kind of sucking. Um, or the another couple of things that have been brought up are how bad the vehicles are, like in terms of their difficulty, like how loud they can be, and basically it hampers your overall map movement. We haven't seen it yet, but if anyone got to the point where they seen actually how much gas there is, I guarantee that would probably get brought up as well. Because there's enough gas to run stuff for a few years, but if you survive long enough, you will tap out the gas a lot faster. Because, well, there's only a fraction of the gas, really. But technically, the gas is infinite on the other ones, right? It basically feels like there's no end to it. One gas station will last you for over like easily decades in the game, which nobody's ever survived longer than that. So I don't know. We'll see. It's one of those things that it's up in the air, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. It'll get looked at again, though, in that case. Yeah, embrace things that suck. Because, it's challenge. But I do know that some things are more tedious than... And tedious doesn't necessarily mean harder. It just means more taxing, right? Yeah, so do you want... So there's two. There's two records that I know of that are of play. You're talking survival time, right? The longest record that I know of for streamed runs is Vanishing Tower. So is Vanishing Tower. So here I'll there we go. Vanishing Towers run is the world record of streamed runs. It lasted for 6 years. So that's the longest run that's streamed. However, there is one other person that I know of that's lasted longer offline. So I'll shout them out next. But they're currently on a bit of a break from things, as well as they're taking. From what I understand, Twitch is changing the way their highlight system is working. So a lot of collections on Twitch are being removed. So as a result, a lot of folks are trying to get in a little bit of highlight time now before it's changed. So if you see a bunch of folks doing reruns and stuff, that's why. That's why we're is because those runs are going to be either they're going to have to get shifted to YouTube or something because Twitch is not storing them anymore. So that's you'll see a lot of that in the PZ community right now. That and also some folks need a break. They're a little burnt out, etc. You know. So, but yeah, so Vanishing Towers run lasted for 6 years. That was the longest streamed run that's ever been done. And then the Mr. Lamprey is the other one. He is, I got to do it in like 40 seconds. But Mr. Lamprey's the other one. His run is an offline game. He died at 10 years, but the whole run wasn't streamed. So Vanishing Tower has the world record. Lamprey's run gets an asterisk and a sort of a thumbs up because it's one of the longest runs that I've ever heard of. The 10-year game, where he got 735,000 kills, as well as like and his was, if I recall correctly, that was an apocalypse game. So his is unofficially the world record, while Vanishing Towers is the official world record for survival time. And then the world record from Build 41 for kills is 954,000, and that's actually done by Mr. Lamprey as well. That was Lamprey also had a 6-year game, but Tower's run was a little bit longer. So Tower gets the survival time, while Lamprey gets the official kills record. So his is the most zombies ever killed in a single run, 954,000 zombies. So nearly 100K, or sorry, nearly a mil. Not, so it was almost a million, but he fell just short of it. And the amount of joy and happiness that he had when he died on that run he was over the moon. We don't try to get our characters killed. Never do we try. But if it happens, you know. So he ended up making a series of bad decisions that ended up in his demise, which, you know, it happens. Happens to us all. Sometimes you miss a swing. Sometimes you think that you're fine on a road driving down, and then suddenly zombies. He also didn't downshift to go a little bit quicker and push through the small group. When he got out of his vehicle, he stacked animation. Like there's you know it is what it is. Sorry, I bumped the microphone. Yeah, we never on purpose kill our characters. That's not what happens. I'm sorry if I hit the cord, because sometimes when I hit the cord, it adjusts things poorly. But yeah, if you notice that my sound is weird, let me know so that I can. But yeah, so that it sucks. It does suck indeed, but it'll be okay. Because he'll get back into things eventually. He needs a break. He's trying to focus on his reality right now, specifically for Lamprey. As well as I think Tower is also trying to focus on his reality. Tower is going is in school for like higher education in terms of post-secondary. Like he is, from what I remember, he's going to become Dr. Tower. And so that's going to be huge. Going from that, yeah. And Lamprey's trying to do some stuff involving the military. I don't know how deep he wants to go into it, you know, but he's trying to do military-related stuff. So, you know, their realities are busy and stressful. And, you know, exactly. Mr. Dr. Professor Tower. Sir Tower. Yeah. But that's the same for a lot of folks. And then also, like I mentioned before, Twitch is rolling out those highlight reel deletions. So people are wanting to get in their collections while they have them available. before you know, folks can go to YouTube to see their collections eventually. But it's not quite the same, right? Some folks on Twitch like to stay on Twitch. Some folks on, you know, some folks like to go to multiple platforms. It just depends on the person, really. But yeah, I've been uploading my VODs, so most of my collections are good. The exception to that would be my 7 Days to Die collection that I had, and some of the RimWorld collections. I actually just straight up deleted those. So we don't have those ones, unfortunately. But I know that I launched the rocket, and I know that the 7 Days to Die, we completed every item, so like, I mean, it's fine. I know what we've accomplished, and it's alright. I couldn't upload them in the right way because I didn't realize. So I found out that how to split the VODs better. Unfortunate for me that I found out how to split the VODs better after I deleted them. So I'd already deleted those things before I could. I was like, oh well, hindsight's 2020. I lost those VODs, and they're not the only VODs that I've lost. I lost over a terabyte of months of VODs that I had on an external, because I made a mistake. So I had a bunch of VODs saved of my old streams, like because I've been streaming for over a decade. Like I know it seems kind of, it is what it is, but I've had streams, like lots of streams prior to Minecraft streams, like tons of different game streams, right? But all of that stuff is gone cuz I made a mistake. My computer blue screened a little while ago, like a few months ago, right? And when it blue screened, it asked me for a boot disk. So I was like, okay, well, I don't have a boot disk. Utilizing my little laptop, I was able to create a boot disk on an external. However, I forgot to copy the files that was on the external off of the external, and it deleted and overwrote those files. So I lost all the files that were on the external to start. So I was like, ah, that sucks. There goes like some old streams that I was gonna maybe cut up and I could have used in some sort of content like you guys would. I was gonna show my progression like as a streamer in terms of what my stream used to look like. Cause I way back when I went from initially in 2000, I think it was 2014 or 2013. I was nose cam, just voice. Then I did a PNG for a little bit, like it wasn't one that lit up or anything. It was just a PNG. Then eventually I did a camera, and then I had an overlay, a big clunky overlay at one point in time. Like my whole screen was and the game would be like here, right? Like up here, and I had chat up here and just little animation thingies on the bottom, right? So I had a big clunky overlay at one point. I scrapped that because I was like, I didn't really like how much screen real estate it was taking up. So I was like, I'm done with that. Went back to camera eventually. And then eventually no camera for a while, like at all. So like when I started PZ, I had, no camera. And then progression from there, it was like, okay, well, we had the sign for a little while. Some folks will remember the sign. And then eventually tuber now, right? was fun. Where? Perfect. But yeah, so there's been a progression with my stream. That's been fun. I've been in the streaming world itself for a very long time. And I've very much enjoyed my time here. And I will continue to enjoy my time here, I'm sure. Because it is just, it's a nice place to be. While maintaining a conversation at the same time. Which, oh, you mean like fighting the zombies? As much as it's fun and the adventure that we're on with Zomboid is always like, I do very much like to interact and chat with you guys at the same time. That's nice for me. I enjoy it. Yeah, I won't forget the games that I've played, nor will I forget the progression of things as things went on. The old streams, the old way. I wonder if I still have that old overlay. I wonder if I could pull it up for you guys. I might still have it. Let's have a look. I remember it too. It was bright. It was pink. Memories. No. I can show the color of it. I've been streaming for, yeah, it's over a decade. I wouldn't say 12 years. I mean, kind of. Like, a little bit, like, we're moving towards second decade. I don't have the old overlay. I have the colors of it, though. Here, I'll briefly this on the screen then. Not scenes. Image. So it wasn't like this, but the colors are the color scheme was the same. So here, I don't think I have it, but the color on the bottom was the same to give folks a visual. Um, yeah, did that show up? Yeah, this was the old art for it. So it was the same colors as that, the same kind of pink, and was used. This was actually drawn by Maka back when, way back when. So this was like I said, it was back in my Minecraft stuff. Yeah. It's just been a long time since then. It was super cute. Yeah, this is my old channel aesthetic was like in those colors, pink and those were my old friends that used to be around back then. All those people that were in that still, because those were the people that used to hang out back then. all those folks have moved on with their lives and they're doing more important-ish things, I'm sure. And I wish them the best, always. Hopefully they're having a good time. Whether they're with their families or they're hopefully they've found something within their careers and or moved on past careers and are enjoying their other aspects of life. But yeah, something like that. The and prior to being a streamer, I used to watch content that was streamed a lot for quite some time. All the way 2008, 2009 ish was that was back in the own 3D days, if anyone can remember that, prior to Justin TV existing and Twitch and all of that. Those were old times. Back when people had their own websites a lot of the time and they would stream on their website. It was back when League was in its like early infancy. League of Legends was a baby back then. And Minecraft was actually just getting started in terms of its growth. Pre Minecraft almost. So, but yeah, I've been streaming for a long time. It's just this last a couple of years I've been really focused on Zomboid and enjoying it and enjoying the different adventures that were going on. Different characters doing different things, and it's been really fun. Appreciate folks for coming with me down nostalgia / memory lane. I like that place. It's fun. It's a fun place to go. Yeah, I'm always happy to go and remember those kinds of things. Have folks hang out with it and because the journey I've walked led me to here. So that's part of it, right? I wouldn't be here right now if I hadn't walked the path that I've walked. And there's been quite a lot of mistakes, positive things as well along this route. Awesome people that have come and gone, some that stayed. It's how it goes. Walks of life. There we go. Let's make these. Just because in case I need. The extra. Because might as well have the extra weapon available. Like that. Leave the fragments there for now. Okay, so before we continue, I'm going to do a brief AFK, refill my tea, etc. But when we come back, we will be able to go and, we're going to continue harvesting resources. I really hope we get some chipstone, but just, I will be right back. Oh, my. Nope. Hmm. Sorry. Pouty. I was gonna go out, but now I'm not gonna. Because it's gonna be a foggy day. And it looks like thick soup fog. I hope it doesn't stay. That is indeed correct. Canadian tuxedo. That's funny. You're funny. Not wrong. It's funny. I could have kept around the denim shirt to repair it, but nah. That's the thing though with those kinds of like Canada in a zombie apocalypse has a huge advantage in the sense that it's too cold. The zombies would end up going outside, they'd freeze to death. Like, which, yeah, I mean, but they're undead. Yeah, that doesn't matter. They'd freeze. Unless the virus can somehow maintain some kind of hibernation during the like, being frozen, they would just freeze. There would be no. You'd have to contract the virus airborne. That's the only real way. And if anybody's airborne immune, then all the other zombies would just freeze. And you'd basically have a town to yourself. And whoever else is immune to airborne strain. Let's see. You can make these out of denim as well. Interesting. How much is the comparator between denim and leather? Because I would assume you can make it out of leather as well, right? Let's unbundle one of these and see. I can't because it's... But look at that. That's +5 on that. I'm going to check if the leather works. And if that does work, then that would, in theory, mean the leather briefs actually do give you more than the... Which would be hilarious. That would... no offense, but leather undergarments sounds awful to wear. That's got to be real uncomfortable. Oh wait, it converted it to rags. Interesting. So you can't do leather undergarments. That doesn't work. But I'm gonna guess that the other thing does exist, though, right? Why does it say rag? That's weird. It says rag here, but if I were to do it with denim, the denim actually turns it into a denim version of whatever it is. So we can wear this, and that will be better than the rag one. But the leather doesn't. So you can do denim undergarments, which also sounds very uncomfortable. Let's see. Yeah, you can do denim undergarments, but if I were to switch this to leather, yeah, it stays rag if it's leather. But if I switch this to denim, it becomes denim undergarments, which has a +5 bonus to scratch defense at no insulation costs. It sounds horrible. I don't think I'd ever want to wear that. Thank goodness I don't have to wear that stuff. I can wear normal clothes. I would never ever wear. Would you wear? Okay, denim undergarments. Would you wear them? Probably not, right? That sounds awful. Yeah, wearing them as jeans is like is okay, kind of. Like, I mean, I like jeans for they're a little bit tougher, right? So like jeans can be nice to wear sometimes, especially if you like jeans are your painting clothes. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because I've done a lot of that kind of stuff before, but jeans and overalls, they're your farming clothes. They're your I'm going to do outside work kind of clothes, right? I'm gonna go in the garden today. Let me put on my jeans. You know, that's what jeans are for. They're meant to be your workers' clothes. Could be worse. Yeah, but would you wear them as undergarments? Like a jean bra, jean briefs? Like, that sounds horrible. It sounds not pleasant at all. They're not, that's not. Yeah, I don't think I would wear those as, like that sounds awful. Let's get rid of these. It sounds like really unpleasant. That makes me want to look up and see if that's an actual thing that exists. Or if it's just a thing that's in Project Zomboid. I'm just scared that all of my my future advertising is just gonna be denim products if I look it up once. That's just, and I don't need that because I very rarely would wear any of that kind of stuff. Oh look, the leather hand wraps. Interesting. So these actually become leather. Meanwhile, these ones don't. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that the leather hand wraps are better than the. Can I make with denim? Okay, let's compare. So we got the denim hand wraps, which are 20 scratch defense, and we've got the leather hand strips, which have 10 bite defense, as opposed to the 5 from the rag hand wraps and the and the 20 scratch defense from the denim ones. That's fairly decent. In terms of protection, that actually gives my arm protection a 10% on the forearm and 10% on the hands. That's not bad. And all it costs you is a little bit of leather strips. 6 leather strips, having a needle. I wonder if that would have saved me in my previous run, had I have equipped that. Because these were brand new when we started the other run, or sorry, not when we started, just before I got bit, right? Might have saved me. Never know. A 10% chance is not a 0% chance. Although it's still it is it's one of those scenarios of might have saved us, but I don't know. So these other strips can go over here. So the cool part about this is on this torso bit here, on these, we can inspect them and give them even more with tailoring. So once your tailoring is high enough, you can put leather strips on things and give them even more defense, right? Through patches, right? And these both have, like, look at this. This has the upper torso, the upper arm, and the back. Wait, you can do the back. They added the back. They gave us the ability to repair back. That wasn't there before. That right there. So for those that don't know, I went on a really long like quest at one point in time looking for all the sports equipment, right? For all the sports clothes, like all the different colors. Like I was looking for red, blue, green, etc., right? A yellow. I wanted them all. But you couldn't repair the back of clothing before. It wouldn't let you. There was no back option. Now there's a back option. Not only that, you can increase the defense of the back as well. So if a zombie's coming at you from behind, that's huge. You can increase the defense that you would have. Now, once again, tailoring is still insurance. You shouldn't expect it to save you, but it is insurance and it is a chance to save you. That is huge. That is insanely huge. So this is a reason to level tailoring. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be leveling tailoring. That's insanely huge. The weather's shitty out anyways, so let's just stay in here and tailor. I may go out looking for dogbane though, because it is raining. When did they add that? What did they add? They added the ability to do the backs of clothings. So before if you've got a tear on the back of your clothing oh darn, the back of my clothing's ripped. Well, I guess that's it then. They added back. So look, if I go inspect on this, back exists now. That's huge. That's insane and awesome. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Because you don't know how often I rip the back of my clothing, and it was probably just an oversight, like that wasn't on the listing, and it is now. That's awesome. That's probably so far. That is that is my favorite feature so far that has been added currently out of the new patch. Or like I don't know when they added it because I haven't really looked too much, but whenever that was added, that is a phenomenal patch upgrade. I'm really pleased about that. That's awesome. Ah, that's so good. Okay, let's see. It's over here. is it? How did you make a bone needle? Oh, that's carving. Really easy. Once you get your carving up just a little bit, you just need a bone shard, which actually you make with carving too. So you just need any bones, which skulls are now something that you can find very frequently. So you can smash stuff into bone fragments, right? And then from the bone fragments, you can just using an improvised whetstone and any kind of knife, create a bone needle. So you can make a needle whenever you want after level 4 carving. You need the recipe for it, of course, but you can gain the recipe through research, and you can also gain it from wilderness knowledge, which is one of the most awesome. I can't stress how awesome wilderness knowledge is. It is a really good trait to have. Um, and then once we can actually at this point we can craft bone hooks now, and I should be doing that actually, um, out of the fragments that we have saved up because I've got 14 fragments. So using these 14 fragments, we can make bone hooks. Bone hooks are worth quite a lot of carving XP. See, and well, they're for fishing, so super awesome. This is part of build 42.7 though as well. I'm so over the moon about that. You won't mind if you could. Should I choose Park Ranger for +2 vision, Expert for +1 vision, or you're doing a no loot world and you're gonna see if you can survive off foraging and crafting alone? Um, do you have eagle eyes? Make sure to take masonry. Um, yes, I have a mod where I can have everything. Um, I would be if you're living off the land, I would be a park ranger. But if you like the extra attack speed that expert offers, you could take expert. Um, but yeah, for me specifically, if you're asking my opinion, I would be wilderness knowledge, eagle eyes, park ranger with I would take hiker. I would be taking all of the extra bonuses. Hunter, everything I can get my hands on that gives me excessive bonuses. And then do you have cars on your world or are cars turned off? Because I would be taking everything. Masonry, artisan, so it's down to occupation. You'll have cars. I would take vehicle expert then, or whatever that one's called, mechanic, or not like no, not the occupation, the trait. I would take like I would take in everything that I can get my hands on to get extra bonuses, and I would take the pace of the game down by you know 0 to hero. Go puny, unfit, pacifist, and slow learner for extra points. Of course, that's up to you to decide. You play the way that you want to play, even if you're going to give yourself extra points, like give yourself some free points or whatever. It's your game. You do whatever you want. I am just giving you my opinions of what I would do in that situation. I would be very much, but then again, I might take police officer if I was thinking I was going to go shooting at all. If I wanted to level my aiming and reloading, because I know that those traits are pain to level. Um, I would, because they are pain. They are really pain. So we got bone fishing hooks now. Actually, let's go here. Alright, let's stand in our fishing spot and have a look. But yeah, you know, it all depends on what your perspective is. Um, I like Park Ranger for because the extra range is nice, but also there's a lot of other foraging bonuses that you get for taking Park Ranger. It's not just necessarily about the extra range. Because when you get to level 10 foraging, you'll see the range on your foraging is really big. And you wanted to take Expert for extra. That's understandable. No problem. Remember, these are just my thoughts. If I were to like look at I'd have to look at the traits menu though to see how I would go approach doing a primitive playthrough. But now that you have these things here, like so you have the what is it? These like you can make foot wraps out of rags, like out of the rags. See rags, rag foot wraps, and that take twine. You just need a needle or an awl. Awls are pretty easy to get. And then from there you can make like so even if you start your character completely naked with no belt, no nothing, you can still make it work. It's great. So like you could start like because there's a mod that you can get that's start with nothing, where you basically are naked and alone in the world. It's super cool to play that way. It's like CDDA. You know what I mean? Ah, CDDA is so fun as well. Yeah, I think that's a mod that lets you start with nothing. Rhett was showing me that one because Rhett really likes the idea as well of doing a primitive playthrough. We're both on the same page for that. If we did it as well, that would be awesome. I agree. I like the idea of doing primitive. I mean, we're kind of doing primitive right now, sort of. Like, kind of. I do have intentions of taking back towns and stuff, but, like, I mean, right now we're living off of the land for the most part. All of the stuff that I've got is looted off the zombies, but I have intentions of making my own clothes. And we actually already have made some of our own clothes. Like, we've got the denim, these two denim pieces that I created myself. right? And I would like to make some clothes myself, like actually like starting out, it'd be cool to do a playthrough like that where you start out and you don't have anything and I have to like wear this stuff to start until we can then get into a little bit further along in tailoring, right? So that we can make like, I don't know, some other tailored clothes. I remember I made this burlap skirt and I wore it for a while. I liked it. I thought it was cool. And I had like long johns, and you could make a full outfit of whatever you want. Like they've added so many tailored clothes here that you could be wearing, like, out of yarn, some things out of leather, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll have that ability eventually. Oh yeah, I grabbed this out of, because this is my axe that I'm using for firewood, specifically for firewood. We're up to 22 liters. Hmm? I don't think you need to. Because there's a lot of leather. There's a leather cod piece that's part of the game. There's like, there's also leather hide briefs that you can make. There's a lot of those kinds of things that exist here. Like, I mean, if you really are looking for those kinds of things. Leather hide pants, leather satchels, leather fanny packs, boots. You can even make your own holsters if you want. Hide briefs. It sounds terrible though. Like I wouldn't want to wear leather undergarments. I think like a like leather bra would suck. It sounds awful. Van braces. You Bleh. That sounds terrible. Just no. Keeps you from getting bit, I guess, but it's like, yeah, just sounds uncomfortable, doesn't it? Sounds terrible. Oh, we ran out of twine. Okay, let's go. This pairing nice broken. This is wanted. Put a kitchen knife in our bag just so that we have an extra knife on us. And finally, I want one of those hammers. let's get some more stuff. How's the fishing going? It's going pretty well. I'm not catching very many fish right now, but we caught a fairly good one earlier. And fingers crossed we'll catch another one here in a bit. We just need to be patient and wait. You feel like you live off 2 fish a day? It depends on which ones you catch. You happen to get one of the big ones, like that one can last for like a couple of days. On these settings specifically, it is a couple days though, because they rot very quick. So you have to kind of when you get them, you have to make sure you're eating them fairly quickly. At least to the calorie cap, which is like 30 between 3K and 4K currently. Yeah. I'm okay. Each of these fillets is worth 60. Okay, don't need you anymore. Just to keep consistency. Huh. That's a good point, though. I haven't had a fish in forever. Maybe I should have fish soon. Hmm? What? One of these is tainted. I don't know which one. Oh, it's the one in my hand. I forgot to... Oops. All right. Now bring these in the house. Down for a moment. I've been letting regularity go for a little while, so we gotta catch it back up. Go. Fix my regularity. I accidentally did an extra batch of push-ups. Oh well, whatever. It's okay. It's a small alligator gar, like a really little one. Like only 30 centimeters. Always want pit in the fire. There we go, that's better. Okay, we'll light these, we'll cook these up, and then there we go. We've got our stuff for a little bit. We should get our weight gain going back up. I kind of wish this had the same functionality as the fill all, like, you know, where I could dump all, if they're all the same liquid, you know. I get it. Because they might not all have the same liquid inside them. Mm-hmm. Up to 32 liters of water. I think I don't really need to keep focusing the water in here. Oops, I didn't even see that bush. Mm. Okay, I gotta remember to take that off if I'm going to. Currently, if we're going to want to train that, we're going to need to use those for making sickles for right now until later. It'll help. Oh, it's still, that's 3 sickles, so that's a good start. I wonder if you can use these broken stones to carve. Um, Wait, you died? Yeah. I'm not infallible. I make mistakes. Exclamation point last death if you want to see it. Feel free. I make mistakes too. I'm human. So I died. I missed my axe swing, and as a result, I died. Prime was your gold post? I mean, I'm still your gold post, probably, right? Do you have 26,000 kills? If you do, then kudos. You're ahead of me in the rat race right now. But if you don't, I'm still your goalpost. For active, it's still active. That score is still active because I am actively still playing rat race. The way that the active, so this is where people are getting a bit confused. The difference between active and inactive or opted out or the historical board is that the runs, like I'm still playing rat race. It's a setting? No, it's not a setting. So what it is if so folks decide that they don't want to play anymore or they want to go on vacation or whatever they want to do, you know, their schoolwork gets in the way, their their actual like their jobs get in the way, stuff like that. You know, if they're gone for a week, then they get moved from the active board to the historical board. The active board means that the players that are still actively playing the rat race, you know, the folks that are still doing rat race stuff, right? I'm still playing the rat race. Unfortunately, though, I did die, so I can't post a new PB. So that my personal best stays where it is. 26,000 or whatever, it's where it is. It's just like anybody else who, if you get a high score, it stays there and it stays in its slot until you get a better one to post. Or, you know, if you decide to opt out, and that's what it means. It means that you're, you know, if you're like, I'm done with the rat race, I'm good, and you decide to move on and do other things, you know, that's fine. You know, there's no problem in that. But yeah, the active board just means that these are the players that are actively doing rat race. And I'm gonna update that board like maybe once a month. Like the active section. So like what I mean by that is that I'll go through the entire list, top to bottom, and figure out who's active and who's not. But I don't want to be doing that every month, like every day of every, you know, because there's 50 or there's roughly 50 players in the rat race. So going through every single channel and making sure that someone's active it takes time, right? So I don't mind doing it, but I'm gonna do it like once a month. I don't really want to be using the spades unless I have to, which will give me lots of space actually for you and you in my bag. But yeah, the difference between the active and the historical board, some folks were getting confused on that as well. Which, like, yeah, it just means that you're playing the rat race, which I am. I'm playing rat race. It's just I can't post a new score for a while. My new score would have to be higher than my old score. So if I were to post this score, it would just get deleted, you know, because my other one is active and it's higher. So because we take PBs, like, so that's the thing, right? I can post this score. It's just it's not gonna go anywhere. It's just gonna get deleted. Oh, you have a different voice, man. I forgot to turn you to Chris. But yeah, there's quite a lot of folks that were, but I want their record, I want their runs to be remembered. That's the thing. That's why I divvied it up in the first place, was because I wanted to remember the folks that were were in the rat race. So they get to stay in the rat race historical section, sort of like an archive of what we've done. You know, folks like Lamprey's run should be remembered. It was a good run before, even after he changed his settings, it was still going to be a good run, you know. But he's got real life stuff that he's got to focus on. So, as anyone can understand, that's priority. Same as other folks. There's a handful of other folks that are in the same boat. They're doing their life stuff, and then also the whole Twitch is getting rid of highlights. So we gotta they're not getting rid of them, but they're greatly reducing the amount of storage space utilized for them. So before you could have collections that span for hundreds of hours. Now you can't. They've limited it to 100 hours. Which is fair, because only a fraction of the folks were actually using those functionalities. So, like, I mean, it's fair, in my opinion, for them to do that. It saves them a little bit of money in the long run so that they can maybe transfer that money to other things. Hopefully I was clear with my explanation on that. Now, sometimes I'm worried that I'm not explaining well enough. Sometimes it gets lost in translation a little bit as well. Alright, good. Awkward. But that's not just me, though. There's other folks that you can go for as well. They're on the leaderboard, too. I tend to look, when I look at the leaderboard, I tend to look at the folks that are above me, but also I look at my PBs and my previous scores, and I want my score to be the same as my previous, like, personal bests. So, like, depending on how far or what exactly in terms of PB I want to shoot for. Like, because I have my old vanilla playthroughs and other such playthroughs that I can kind of shoot for, right? And I go for those PBs first. And then I start looking at the scoreboard and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm close to this person's score. Well, that's kind of cool. It'll take a while before we can catch up to like Twist or Shivas or any of those sorts of folks. But there, you know, that there will come a time when they'll take a break or they maybe they'll, you know. I hope they don't die. That's the only thing is that I don't want them to die. But I know that takes breaks from time to time, and that Shivas is the same. Shivas needs a break and play some other games. But catching up to them, yeah, it's unlikely. If they really go at it, they might actually be able to hit the melee. And I kind of hope they do. Somebody needs to start the melee club. And we'll get there one day. One day I will. If not with this run, with the next one. Or maybe a few runs after that. You never know when you're going to hit that stride. Just like that. Clear. I don't know if I can take this one apart. I should check. Because I never did check if I could take it apart. If I can, then I can get like the handle back or something. Or can I? Condition damage 0, 0. Right, we'll head back now. Get some food. I should mark on my map where the... I'm pretty sure it's this one, but... And that's another 50 rocks there. Oh, it's just garbage. Spiffo. Thank you for my hat back. I'm sorry. I'm just sorting loot, kind of. A very limited amount of loot, but we do have some, so that's nice to have. I don't think I need my jacket right now, so I'm gonna unfavorite you, and I'm gonna put you away. Because we're constantly walking around right now at the moment with no pants on, so to me means that we are warm enough. I check every time if those steak knives are available to use for and they aren't, and so far they haven't been. But I have hopes. We'll go to bed. Eat some fish in the morning. Like out we go. Can scythes be used to chop bushes? Yes. It makes sense that they would be able to. That's why I was hopeful. Okay, let's have a look. We're immediately cold.
Hey!
Oh. Bad timing for that to break, but okay. Another 5, nice. Yeah, I had hopes. If that one fell over, then I'd push the other one, and it's fine. Should be able to take the rest of this group now. I'm looking forward to the next little bit once we level up, because we're very close to level 3. Around. We're both going. Alright, I'm gonna start heading back because we're close. Like, I mean, we're very close to leveling up, but we need a little bit more. And I want to forage a little bit, as well as I want to eat that last fish fillet if I'm able to. Oh, another ladybug. We killed 80 today. That's not bad. 80 zombies in one day. And gained a little weight. Try and fill my inventory best I can. And there we go. All the clothes are clean. And ready to be processed. Fireworks. All right, have a nap, relax. Well, let's make our way back to the path. Never mind. It's a foggy day. I'm not gonna bother with it. Let's try with that. Okay. We're like just shy of level 1 tailoring now. This common mallow is already almost done growing. Yeah, look at Sumi. Hi, Sumi. This is almost ready too. I've almost got crops. This is Spiffo Squad. Indeed. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I am just in the process of, I was doing some tailoring stuff and I was looking into tailoring more and it is interesting. They added some new stuff and I'm really happy about it. It's great. Yeah, I'll do my brief little intro-y thing though. So, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Yep, feel free and do your self-care. And see you in a bit, I'm sure. Let's see, what's the next? Just to compress some of these. Crush. Nap. Yeah. Welcome back. I am currently in the process of doing some home stuff at the moment, but I've been going out and attacking zombies on this section here. So what happened with this playthrough so far is this particular playthrough I had a cold in the beginning as well as a helicopter, that we had to deal with. So we set off the helicopter up here, right? And I had a cold. So I had to lose a cold, which was kind of annoying, but we managed to get rid of it with common mallow, thankfully. So common mallow is a medicinal herb that if you take enough of it, you can instantly get rid of a cold. So, which is kind of nice. Um, Anyways, we've been living here for a little while, and I set off a speed demon car over here, um, out of somewhat desperation. And yeah, what are my main takeaways? So, a couple of things. First thing first, I don't know when they did it, but we have access to the back of our clothes now. So for the longest time in Build 41, and this is something that I know from experience, you couldn't repair the back of your clothing, not without a mod. So if you got a hole in the back, or if your clothes had a hole in the back to start, like if you got a cool outfit, there was a hole in the back, you couldn't do anything about it. Now you can. Not only that, but also there's some additional new items that they've given us that have no insulation, but they give defense. So that's kind of nice to have, right? So we've got those, as well as the hand strips here that give us even more defense on our arms, which is kind of nice. So I kind of, my previous character got bit on the arm. So had I known about these, maybe they would have helped. Maybe they wouldn't have. I don't know. Hindsight's 2020 and all that. And I don't deal in what ifs, but having this is better than not having this. So the leather strip hand wraps, as well as eventually making some additional, like, because I know that there's some new clothing that you can make that's fairly fancy, like the twine clothing. Which was it? The twine shoes. You can weave yourself some twine shoes. As well as there's a bunch of leather clothing that you can create. This stuff was there before, but it seems like there's a lot more balance in it. And that they've been really looking into making extra outfits. They also added the crop top. So for those that are looking to level tailoring outside of, because you've been cutting skirts and you've been cutting pants, you can add the crop top with arms to your list now, because the crop top with arms also is the same. So you can shorten the sleeves on that one, as well as the pants and the jeans, right? So that's kind of cool. But they've added in a bunch more garbage bag related items as well, like garbage bag underwear and garbage bag dresses. It's interesting, to say the least. I'm not exactly sure, but in post-apocalyptia, maybe some folks are gonna want to wear that kind of stuff. You never know. It's like garbage bag poncho. Yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely loving the fact that we can touch the back of the shirt now, though. That's huge. What was I doing? Yes, I need food. So let's go eat, drink, and then... Oh, and they added in, so outside of tailoring, they added back in that ability when you fill up water that you don't actually have to... You can just fill it up, and your character will auto-drink from it in the beginning. Which is kind of nice functionality. Nice little quality of life stuff. So I'm just gonna eat some seaweed until we're good. And then go to sleep. Let's just wait patiently for that. But yeah, a lot of the new update stuff has been very interesting, and I'm very much enjoying it. Some of the new recipes, as well as this. So I'm guessing that some things are still placeholder, but we'll see. You need to put your entry form. You're gonna go up 2 places. Okay, cool. That's good. So leaderboard position. Your PBs. You're on your PB. That's good to hear. I'm not gonna be on my PB for a little while, but that's okay. We'll get back there eventually. But yes. I'm still playing Rat Race though, so I'm still active in the Rat Race. Eventually I'll get back there. It's fine. 'Twas a miss and a half, to say the least. Gives me time though to enact my actual plan. Gonna take a break for a couple of weeks. That's understandable. It's good to rest. Play some other stuff. Or play some other runs. Like, I mean, if you wanted to keep playing Zomboid, but you wanted to take a break from how brutal the Rat Race can be. It's understandable. Rat Race is pretty tough. That's one of the reasons why I've been slotting in a little bit of variety as well. Playing some other stuff as well. Let's schedule one game. Looking at RimWorld. Looking at playing The Sims, actually. I've been thinking about it. Playing Sims 1. Doing like a rags to riches in Sprint Sims 1 wouldn't be fun. Or wouldn't be bad in my mind. I haven't played Sims in forever. Yeah, I agree. Burnout is a thing that you gotta watch out for, especially with a game like Zomboid. It's one of the reasons why I can enjoy it for quite some time, but I do need to splash in some variety just to kind of keep things nice. You know, it's a spice of life sort of thing. I do like some of the new stuff that's being added, and I mean, there's still some stuff that needs to be fixed. Like the fishing bugs need to be fixed. Those crashes need to be fixed. But I mean, the devs will get on it eventually when they figure out exactly what's causing those things. Because I'm sure it's not easy to figure out that stuff. It's complicated stuff. It's not easy to make a game. That's why I'm always like, you know, it is unstable still. And I'm very much expecting all of our saves to get borked eventually. And I'm okay with that. Being okay with it for ages. You had a house alarm? Okay, so you finally cleared it out. That's good. Right now I'm dealing with my speed demon mess. So like I've got a little bit of a mess because I backed up with a car with speed demon. Um, Thankfully it doesn't look as bad as I expect, but it does look pretty bad. So what happened with that car was I was exerted. I was exerted and my fatigue was high. So I wasn't getting rid of my exertion anytime soon. I got in a car and it had the key. I had the keys and it had power and it had gas. So I went forward, but unfortunately to get out of the city, like, cause it was a car crash car. So I had to actually kind of back up a little to get it to turn and go. Um, Otherwise I would have had to wedge the car against the other car and hope that the zombies that were tapping on the glass wouldn't slow me down. So that's the first reverse that I did. And then the second reverse that I did was over here when the wheel exploded. One of the wheels popped on it. So I reversed because, well, to sort of slow down. Because my plan was initially I was going to go towards Crossroads, but then I thought about it and I was like, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should drive this way and then around. Because if we, but then the tire exploded. Why did the wheel pop? Because it was low condition, probably. so it exploded. Because I didn't have time to check the I was high fatigue, high exertion. So we managed to run out here and sleep. I can't remember where. I slept on the ground somewhere, and then I went over. I can't remember if I went over here and drank the water from there, and then I circled back after having ate the common mallow and lost the cold. I circled back here. We cleared out the zombies, and now we've just been living in this cabin ever since. So like this cabin has been, our home ever since. And then these here are my fences that I've crafted. And gradually we're making our way towards Crossroads through the mess that I made. How bad are the zombies? I mean, fairly bad. Like there's at least at Crossroads and in Dixie and Muldra, there's several thousand. I don't know how many of those thousands came out, but we're figuring it out gradually. What is Crossroads? Crossroads, there's actually two Crossroads. So, or there's more than two. But so this is the Crossroads I'm talking about. Everybody should know the Crossroads that has the gas station, the Spiffos, Nolan's car dealership, and the clothing store, right? So this is the Dixie Crossroads. That's what this one I call this one is Dixie's Crossroads because it's right past Dixie and then it goes towards West Point, right? So that's the first Crossroads. Some of the other crossroads are this one here over by March Ridge, between March Ridge and Muldra. And then finally, the big crossroads would be this one. This one's called the Crossroads Mall. But when I'm describing that sort of thing, I will probably put those descriptors in. In this case, I didn't because there's only one crossroads that I could be approaching at the moment, and that's this one. Because the other one's in an awkward position. If I tried to go for this crossroads, I mean, I could make it work. It's just I would have to go like big loop to get to this road, and then I would have to go like all the way around here, and by then I will be very hungry because I don't have there's no real fishing outside in that area. So we would be like big loop. I'd be surviving on foraging the whole time, and we'd lose too many calories doing that. It's better to do a slow trek this way, and then eventually we'll take over this location. That's going to take time, though. There's thousands there. Hi, by the way, Ratmost. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm just kind of was on tangent and didn't want to lose where I was at. Because if I were to stop my tangent, I would have been... Well, I probably wouldn't go back to it. One of my skills bugged and capped out for no reason. Let me guess. Was it nimble? Fitness. What? How did fitness just randomly became full? What level were you to start? If you need to fix your fitness, yeah, you go in and feel free to debug. Just do it on stream and explain what you're doing to folks. Hop in, debug, and fix it. You were fitness 4 and then suddenly you became fitness 10. Do you know what caused it? You should let folks know what caused it so that the devs can fix it. Like put in a bug report. You were doing a bunch of sit-ups and you just suddenly... Okay. And you're wiped? Okay, well hopefully you get some rest. Yeah, that sounds... Yeah, definitely try to replicate it without any mods. That's what I would do first. Go into a debug apocalypse save and try to replicate your bug. And then once you've replicated it, send in a bug report to the devs so that they know how to fix it. You're seeing what your XP was before, and then it just went straight to 10? That's strange and scary. I hope I just do I've just been doing my regularity. So I'm hoping that so what caused your bug? Do you know? If you don't know, then that's okay. I'm curious what caused it so I can avoid it. Because I don't want to be getting my skills up through cheaty methods. If I wanted to do that, I trust me, I've got a background that could very much scum up all these skills. But I'm not gonna do that because that's against the spirit of the challenge. The whole point of the rat race is to enjoy and no exploits, right? It's not in the spirit of the challenge. And there's ways to kind of really fast level a lot of the skills. Some of them are just slow grinds on their own, though. That just take time. Yeah, definitely post that in the exploit section so that we can nay it. And then, hopefully send in a bug report to the devs so that they can fix it. Gotta wait patiently here for a sec. That's a strange one, though, to instantly get level 10 fitness. I've not heard of that one. I know that there's ways to bug out regularity, though. And basically get free regularity. And there's some other ones that are also interesting. There's one that I can't do reliably, but it's if you stomp on a zombie in a very particular way, you can instantly down them. That one it's kind of risky though. But if you could figure out how to do that reliably, you would be able to just walk up to every single zombie and just instantly kill them. It'd be essentially like Super Mario, like invulnerability on your character. It's a lot less than I thought it would be. Oh, they're still coming, that's why. Too smart for you, huh? No, I don't know. I don't think it was the sit-ups. It was 4 yesterday. I posted my skill character. Today I was fighting a zombie on a normal jog home at 1800 and did nothing. He didn't get winded on the run. Put your guy to sleep and then started doing your sit-ups and looked at your skills and you were standing XP and you were just fitness 10. Yeah, that sounds weird. I don't know. I would go back through my footage and looked at my characters because you would have seen the numbers go up. That's what would happen. You would see the numbers go up suddenly, like fitness, 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 right? If you were level 4, that's what would have happened. You would have heard the level up noise too. Did you pay no attention to that at all? There would have been something. It doesn't just go from 0 to 10. At least I think that there would have been something. No music. I would go back through your VOD footage and look is what I would do if I were you, because that's what I would want to know what caused it, so that I could help the devs find out so that they can fix it. Yeah, go through your VODs. Would be what I recommend. That way you can find out, and then you'll know how to do it, and then you'll be the discoverer of a bug, which is kind of cool. It is kind of cool to help fix the game, right? Toothbrush shiv. Be able to pull the rest of them, or at least these ones. Yeah, if I suddenly went from fitness 3 to fitness 10, I would fix it. Because I'd want to get it up naturally. I think we all would. Kind of how that goes, right? Wouldn't feel earned. Nice. It's same as the nimble bug though. That one exists as well. I do hope they kind of take nimble off of tracking in a way, because I do agree that nimble and tracking kind of go together a little bit, but currently it's too much. You get so much nimble XP. You can basically go straight to nimble 10. And then you know your combat speed is ridiculous. There is some downsides to having nimble 10 though. And one of the downsides is you can accidentally nimble into the zombies. I know that firsthand. Through whoops. I'm doing it myself. Recoup. There we go. That's better. How do you arm yourself with a weapon quickly? With a weapon quickly. Are there keyboard shortcuts? Yeah, 1, 2. It says right here, 1, 2, 3. Right? Also, your equipped weapon doesn't count as a slot. So, for example, if I have a weapon in my hand, right? Like a sickle or something, and I've got one weapon and it's in my hand, right? And I'm fighting with it, right? If it breaks suddenly, well then I will get re-equip a weapon from my belt, and that one counts, right? And then we just fill in the gaps as time goes on. Your back counts as one, your belt counts as one, or well, each side of your belt. I mean, I have hands. Yeah, I have hands. Hands. Hello. Hands are a myth. Yeah. All right. Rest. The hands are new, by the way. New-ish, like newer-ish, like less than a month kind of deal. Oh, I didn't mean to pull you. I didn't mean to pull you. I didn't mean to pull you. I'm sorry. Go back to where you were. You're not gonna, or most of you are. Yeah, okay. Right? I pulled too many. Okay, I'm done for a moment. Let's eat some mushrooms. And just in case I do need another weapon, I will put you on my back. Should be zombies back this way, right? Don't remember. Tree branch. Okay, I'm gonna head back now. Break that into 4 handles because there's no necessity to have it in any other format at the moment. What if that fitness bug is a new one? Hmm. Common mallow. This is the stuff that you want for curing a cold. It's really useful. It's also one of my favorite items in the game because for the craftable headgear mod in build 41, common mallow was one of the crafted pieces of my frog hat. So I really like common mallow because common mallow, crayons, and sheets were how you crafted the frog hat. Daisy, Daisy. Oh, no, chamomile. Calf still in fair condition. No luck on. Yep. You thought it was yours? Why are you're playing and watching me at the same time? That's scary. You are a risk taker. I would never be able to do that. Unless I had some kind of mod like Rhett has where it changes the zombie sounds. I could see myself being able to do it then, but it's like the only way. Because I would be too paranoid. It would cause me insanity. Way too much paranoia. An unhealthy amount of paranoia, actually. Mm. Oh, okay. Fair dues. Pretty sure a lot of these are going to go bad, but that's okay. Wow, we actually hit the limit, huh? Take the shears out, I can fit more seeds. And the tissue. We can almost make another watch bag, and then we'll have two. There we go. Oop, common mallow can go in there. Nap the stone. Smash the skull. I don't know what I want to do with those bone fragments yet. I'm gonna keep some around for Alright, let's go to bed. I'm actually surprised these are surviving. We've actually got 3 crops out of all the crops that I planted that are almost ready to harvest. We might be able to harvest them, and then that's interesting. We're cold though, so let's go get some warm clothes. Ah. Okay, it's daytime. What time is it? Okay, I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna BRB. So I'll be right back. All right. Carry on. Apologies. We're actually still cold? No. Oh no, we just need to get moving a little bit more. We're halfway through to the napping I need. And then I can make rabbit traps, and then we can start catching rabbits, so long as I have the crops to do so, which I'm going to hopefully lean into crops here in the near future. I've only seen one cabbage so far, but I'm sure if we were to crop focus, we might be able to find more. It is not very good for crops, is it? No, insanely rare. That one cabbage we found was pretty good. Same for the leek. But to say that, you know, it doesn't matter so much because we could maybe it'll be okay. This stone. Oh, are those engine parts? Spare engine parts. Nice. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but you know, I'm not gonna say no. We're gonna fix an engine with foraging. 0 to 100. And we just need a handful more parts. And then to level our mechanics by doing the mechanic grind. Rose hips, nice. We're getting a lot of good items. Where are you? Oh, you're just a rock. Okay. Well, I can find the ones we're finding, though. Ah, it's a chipstone. You don't want trash focus? Specifically on the road? Oh my. Oh, hello. Small group of you, please. Yeah, you've seen me. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Get distracted now. Come on. Wow. You didn't even hit any of them. Move on. We're not high enough strength to do that, by the way. Like, I mean, I know we just did it, but we're not. It isn't feasible per se yet. That's one of the reasons why I'm not doing it like that. You can see my muscle strain is way too aggressive, and it's going to be unpleasant because now we're going to be sitting here for a bit. It's not worth it in the grand scheme to do that right this second. In the future, it'll be fine. Like once we have a little bit more strength, but we just don't have it yet. We're not quite there yet. Soon, but not yet. Fitness-wise, though, we're also not doing the best. But eventually we'll get there. Should be pretty much all of those ones. We don't have any water, do we? We have enough rose hips to... cure some of that. It's better overall XP to fight like that, by the way, than to do the fences, because even though you get more bulk on the fence, you get more XP overall, hitting them more than once. At least for the early levels. For the later levels, it doesn't matter, because you're high enough that you can just kind of kill them in bulk. So it doesn't really, you know, you can take on a group of 20 or 30. And it's fine. But you can see like 58, 76, 70, 53. Roughly, to kill this zombie, I gained almost 2. Meanwhile, if you kill on the fence, you get only 1, right? If we were to compare them.
Hey! Hey!
So just to make another comparator, we got... Let's see. Roughly, let's say it's 2,500. Or sorry, 2.5. Which it's not, it's more than that, but you know. Versus 1.6 or sorry, 1.2. So you see you get almost double for not using the fence. At least for these levels. But the trade-off for using this is, first off, there's the risk, and then the second part is the muscle strain's less, because I'm not swinging as many times. And a lot of it's just waiting and being patient. And a lot of the fence fighting stuff, when you mess up, it's because it's a lack of patience overall, like over the total usually, that causes it. That and like, I mean, because if you take the extra time to make sure that each attack connects, it's fine. But most of the time, like, I can't even do that at all. Like, I mean, like, I miss so frequently, and I'm just not very good at it. Like, there's an example right there. There we go. That's the thing. It's all about precision, and it's tough. It's tough to have perfect precision, and it gets worse if you're playing sprinters. Okay, I can do these, but I'd rather not with the weapons that we have. But I'm going to anyways. Okay. Good enough for now. We don't have enough weapons. Back off. What's our weight doing? 81, not bad. 81 and holding. Did I get 2? I didn't. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate. We broke all of those so quickly. I'm gonna try going this southern section for a sec. Just see if we can't luck out and get a few more chipstone. Or some bones. If we can get some more bones, that would be good too. Like some, like another bull skull or, you know, larger skulls would be nice. Or give us another, another 2 axes if we got a bull skull, because we could get the jawbone and be helpful. Muldra can't be here, right? I am nervous that Muldra will sweep in here in like a little bit of time, but I'd hope not. Up to maintenance level 4 already, which is great. The more maintenance we have, the better. No luck on the foraging front though at the moment. I'm gonna double back here in a moment. Yep, because I need to start walking back to the We're tired. Gotta get back. Do we have a frog count? I don't have any frogs right now. 0. I mean, we can count me if you want, I guess. So we'd have 1 frog at all times. But I don't have any frogs right now. 0. Because my foraging is not high enough and I don't have pliers, so I can't straighten out the fishing net and make fishing nets. Plus, I don't like the idea of... I don't mind fishing nets, and I don't mind other people using them. But for some reason, I don't like the idea that frogs appear in fishing nets. It just makes me think that they're getting tangled in there, and I don't like that. Frogs are friends. My hands look very cool. Like, which? Do you mean my hands? Like, these ones? These ones? Like that. I like my hands. I think they're neat. Okay, I need to pause for a moment and be right back, so I'll be right back. I know I did just BRB, but I need to check on something. Thing with server PC. Oh, do appreciate. Sorry. Again, my apologies. Okay, let's get back. Oh, my directional keys. I'm messing stuff up. So let's hope that I don't mess up in combat. Hmm. Yeah, I just want to be back at the area so that I can get water, because apparently I forgot water. We're really overheating because we're running a bunch. Yay! Fireworks. How it goes? Oh, it goes pretty good so far. I'm doing pretty well. I just need to put away some more things so that they're away and then I don't have to think about them anymore for the moment. At least until we're able to process them more. Which we can't at the moment. Let's see. I'm gonna keep that over here. Unpack you. Yeah, I hope that your day is going well. Mine is going fairly good. We are making progress. Hmm, am I doing this wrong? Or is it out of water? I must be out of water. That's good. Okay. Is there anything I want to craft with? We're so close to leveling up tailoring. I'm trying to hit that next level of tailoring. Why fog though? Every time.
You're
It's like, I'm
amazing.
gonna get this next level of tailoring. That's gonna happen. And then, no. Fog. Maybe we'll get it anyways. Oh, look, a light bulb. A red light bulb. Why are there so many things in this little... These weren't here before. That's the power of foraging. Was that red cup always there? No. But, I mean, now it is. It's the magic of foraging. Somebody's coming into my yard to litter. And they're like... coming from like a party of some kind. Drinking them with the red plastic cups. The red plastic cups of partying. That's what those are for, right? I'm pretty sure. Like 95% sure that those red cups are party cups. And you throw them away after, right? Disposable. No cleanup necessary aside from the mess that they make themselves. They're playing beer pong in my backyard. Really? Why does Higgins not get to play? I bet you Higgins would be great at beer pong. Maybe that's why he's not allowed. It's because he's a police officer. They just don't want to invite him because... But police officers are great people. They're fun to be around. I knew 2 security guards that were trying to become police officers, and then I've known quite a lot of folks that are in, different fields. I know a handful of police officers, paramedics, fire folks. The firefighters have it some of the worst though, because they can get roused during their sleep immediately to rush out. But then so can a lot of the other professions, right? There's the bad parts of all professions. What's worse though is they're doing it in my backyard. Like they're playing that in my backyard. Like, come on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Pig skull. I wonder if that's a big enough one to have a jaw. If it is, then that's awesome. Okay, let's run back and see. Or actually, we don't need to run back. We can just use this rock here. Nah, it's not. It's got tusks. I'm pretty sure the tusks can't be used for anything, though, aside from necklaces. Oh, earrings. Earrings, necklaces, necklaces. Yeah. So they're worth tailoring XP. So it's good to keep them around, I guess, for that. But nah, I'm a little disappointed. So far, Bull Skull is the best. That one comes with a jawbone that you can actually use. Cat toy. Broken stick. Those solo cups annoy me a little bit. Do you know why? Because in regular glasses, and this goes for my teacups and stuff as well, you can get all of the liquid out. You can drink the whole thing, but those little cups have little ridges inside them, and those little ridges, some of the liquid stays in there, and you can't get it out. You gotta get like a straw. Awkward. And even with a straw, like I mean, there's sometimes the lip of it gets a little liquid in it too, and then that's it. You can't get that out of there. It's trapped in there forever. I like break the cup in order to get that stuff out. There's some cups that are designed poorly and should not be cups because they're designed bad. They're aesthetically they're kind of nice, but like functionally they are not cups. They are terrible and they're horrible. They may have nice pictures on them though. 4 out of 10. Poorly designed cup. My arbitrary number system that has no merit at all. There's the opposite though. There's like well-designed cups as well. Like the kind of cup that prevents itself from getting spilled and also it opens up so that you can enjoy. I like those. Those are nice. Good design. Basically like adult sippy cups. That's essentially what they are. Let's call it what it is. It's an adult sippy cup. Right? More or less. Oh, hello. It's foggy. Be careful, there's crazies in the fog. Ooh, metal. I'm looking forward to when we get past that turn off. Because once we get past that turn off, we get to start walking down this way. I probably should set something up over there. And then it is pretty far. but then we can start sieging down McCoy Estates. And if we can take over McCoy Estates, then we can siege McCoy from McCoy Estates. Take over McCoy, and then once we own McCoy, then we can start pushing the rest of Muldraugh and just tear through Muldraugh, one side to the other. Get those generators that are all placed, because the Muldraugh has lots of generators that are placed generators, which means that those ones are always going to be there, which is nice. It's nice to know that those ones exist. And then once we get those, ta-da! I can power the outpost that's in Muldraugh first, which may be a poor choice, but I don't need to turn that on right away. Because the whole point is to have the ability to power it. We'll have to see. A lot of useless stuff, but some of it's useful. How close are we to the next level of napping? 100 XP away. Oof, that's so close. And then we're quite a ways off of the next level of foraging, but we'll get there. And then once we're there, we'll be able to find frogs, which I'm happy for. Every playthrough I ever get with the level 7 foraging will always be a goal. We will collect the frogs, and they will be our friends. Yeah, little frog friends. Today's just been a chill day. Like the whole day has just been super duper chill. Just like, foraging, handful of kills, leveled up my skills a little bit. It's been a super duper chill day. You gotta enjoy those when they happen, because, sometimes it's not fun to have a over the top kind of day, right? Like you have your day that's like a little bit too much. But you can have really fun, good days too. It's just, the days that are memorable are either memorable because there's like a lot going on and they're very stressful, or sometimes it's really happy memories too. Today's been full of happy memories. Got to reminisce about stream a little bit, about my setup, the old stuff that I had. Did I wander off the path? Okay, no, I didn't. About that. Because that old setup was nice when back then. I really thought that I needed an overlay for streaming. In the initial, like at first I didn't have one, and then I got one. And I'm like, oh, because I want to display chat, right? And I still kind of want to display chat somewhere, but it's kind of hard, right? I probably would put it up here or over there somewhere, and it would be translucent so that we can see behind it, kind of, if I were to do that. Because I've been thinking about it a little bit, but because it's nice having chat on screen. But when you think about it from a mobile perspective as well, chat is on screen for mobile users already, so it would be like double chat for them. Isn't it bedtime for Corndock? You gonna tuck him in? Tell him good night? Yes, that seems the best way. Good night, Corndock. Dang, my playlist is like really laying it on thick to the like chill vibes. If you don't tuck in your homies, who will? That is a good point. Somebody needs to do it. Might as well be Cinnamon a win. Isn't this Final Fantasy X? Yes, it is. And I would totally play that on stream. 100%. I own it. I have it on, do I have it on Steam? I think I might have it on Steam. Let me double check. Because I think, didn't they release it to Steam briefly? I'm pretty sure I picked it up if they did. But if not, I would emulate it. I've already owned that game before. So let me see. Final Fantasy X. Yeah, the remastered is on Steam. And do I own it? Let's see. I think so. Yeah, I would totally play that game. I loved playing that game when going through it, and it was a trip. It was definitely a fun trip. And to find out the whole twist at the end and all that, not once again, I don't like spoiling things even for old games. It was a big surprise. So, and just to put it like this as well, I never got to finish Final Fantasy X myself. I had to watch some folks finish it. The reason being is my game got a scratch on the top of it. So for those that don't know, the way that CDs used to work, or games used to work, and a lot of things actually, the old CDs, was the information was under the label, and that the bottom part was just plastic, right? And I got a scratch on the top on the information. Now, the cool part about it was the piece of information that was missing was part of sorry, I almost spoiled. Part of one of the final bosses. It was she's not the final boss, but already I've given enough that people would be able to figure out which boss it was. Anyway, she had a special attack that she liked to spam. That she enjoyed spamming, right? It was like an attack that caused zombification and a few other things. And if you were a zombie, it would kill you or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. I just remember that it was something like that. Anyways, she liked to spam that attack. And the scratch that on the disc ruined that attack at all angles except for one. So all camera angles except for the one angle would work. And that one angle took 30 to 40 minutes real time for that angle to happen on the camera. So, like, because the camera would pan around, the fight would continue, the camera would pan around, and it had to hit a very particular angle for her to be able to do that attack because the information was damaged. So, it was weird. So I had to wait 30, 40 minutes, and usually by then I was not not allowed to continue. I had to go to bed. So yeah, so I never actually got to finish that game myself, but I did make it that far. Also, fun fact about my family being silly. We didn't know that you needed memory cards at first for the PlayStation games and PlayStation 2. We didn't know that you needed memory cards. We thought you were supposed to beat it all in one sitting. So we found out later that you needed memory cards to save your data so that you could then continue your save later. Yeah. So I played the first part of a handful of games on repeat over and over because I was trying to get far, but I'd run out of time and I wouldn't be able to continue. So yeah, it was funny. This funny part of my family. It's quite amusing if you really think about it. Later we got memory cards, way later. I want to say a few months later. We got a memory card. It's funny little things. Those kinds of nostalgic moments are great though, because they think back to it and you'd be like, oh wow, I can't believe I played that start of that mission so much. didn't really get to see further into the game until later. Let's see. This can go here. Let's eat this. I'm gonna put these together. And we'll put this outside. I'm gonna grab half of those planks. Continue our carving process for the time being. Was the first gaming console I ever played. I played the original. What did I play? I played. Oh, there's a lot of games that I played that were really, really old. Now I'm gonna have to remember the oldest gaming console. Like the first one that I ever played. Because I played. I played on the. I need to know which one's older. I don't know which one of these is older. Let me see. I played the Atari and I played the Super Nintendo. The Atari's older. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, cuz I remember playing on the Atari. Interesting. So, but I did play it on the Super Nintendo as well. I did play those, but neither of them were mine. So my first console that was mine, because we played on the PlayStation 1 as well. We played on the N64 was ours, and the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 1 I think were both ours as well. But I'm trying to think back, because I'm trying to remember my first game, the first one that I bought, like the very first one. Because I got games given to me, I got Christmas and birthday stuff and whatnot, and you know, but my first game that I bought for myself. Because a lot of the games that I played were free a long time. Like, I mean, PC games and stuff. Um, because then we also rented a lot of games too. You still have your original SNES as well as N64. I don't have those things anymore. Mine are long gone. The SNES belonged, I think, to my grandmother. But we got to play it. And it was fun playing Super Mario. And later on, Super Mario 3. We also played another one. I can't remember what it was called. Super Mario World, I think? I don't remember. It was good times playing those. Fantastic time. I'm trying to think back to the first game that I ever wrapped, like the first game that I actually ever beat. I know that I beat Zelda Ocarina of Time. Yoshi, yeah, Super Mario with World with Yoshi, where you punch the back of Yoshi's head to make him like go, "What?" It's so brutal. I'm surprised Pete didn't go after that game. Old games are just like that. They have things in them that are strange. At the end of the day, though, you gotta remember it's just a video game, right? Rip these. Yeah, you punch him in the back of the head to make him eat. Even if he's full, it didn't matter. You're full, doesn't matter. Eat, Yoshi. Was Yoshi a dinosaur? What is Yoshi? What kind of creature is Yoshi? Is he a lizard? Is he a dinosaur? What is Yoshi? I just this is unraveling some of my reality. What is Yoshi? Well, if he's a dinosaur, what kind of dinosaur is he? What kind of dinosaur has a tongue like that? This is interesting. I think its race is called Yoshi. And it comes in all colors. Like, it's not a dinosaur, it's a race called Yoshi. Okay, so it's messing with my reality. I can't even. Okay. It says it's a fictional dinosaur. That makes sense. Your favorite character is Mario is Shy Guy? I like Shy Guy. I think he's cool. My favorite character was Toad, though. Because Toad was like the eternal butler that used to show up randomly everywhere. He's like just appear out of nowhere. Stuck in something, you have to help him, and like, or other things. Yeah. And then he was always in the castles. It was never Peach, it was always him. Your princess is in another castle. Yeah. Why are you here? Is it to inform me that she's in another castle? Why did you not go and rescue her? Why are they not helping? They're just sitting there. Yeah, I know that would ruin the game, but like, I mean, come on. Did I ever see the CGI movie? Okay, I'm going to age myself considerably. You know, there used to be a real life Super Mario Brothers movie and TV series. There also used to be a cartoon. It rivaled Sonic for a while. Before Sonic went and did its like Sonic X and all that stuff. Yeah, do you remember or you remember the cartoon and the old movie? The movie that nobody talks about? Yeah, that movie. Yeah, you know the one. The one that I'm pretty sure would want to be forgotten. That film. The movie that shall not be named. Indeed. It is something. How much do these weigh? 0.1. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just eat them then. You're gonna be pushing 40? I'm not pushing 40 yet myself, but I've always been an old soul. And you know how some people are just born old? I was born old. Always been old, always will be old. It's just how I am. Live action Super Mario. Back before Netflix started doing that. I'm wondering if that's what got them started on it in the first place. They seen the Super Mario Brothers movie, they liked it, and then they were like, let's do that, but let's do it for everything. Oh, poor Netflix. You're too old to game. You're never too old to game. That's not true. Sure, reflexes are down a little bit, but the thing is where reflexes are down, experience takes its toll. Like it's and you're able to then predict. So you don't need to worry about. So a large portion of video games, it would be in prediction. You don't need to worry about your reflexes because you know what's going to happen next. Do you see what I mean? You're aware of the next things that are going to happen, so you're already moving previously. Like you're already, because preemptive movement will always beat out reflexes. Preemptive movement outplays reflexive movement. You can have ridiculous reflexes, but if I already know you're going that way, you're gonna get hit. It's something that is just, you get used to it, especially when you're playing competitive games. Because you're busy reading people and trying to understand movement and really get in the head of everybody. But of course, that's competitive games. There does come a point, though, where folks have a mixture of the two and it becomes hard. But those kinds of games are fun. Yeah, you'll be gaming in the old folks' home? Me too. Although I won't be in an old folks' home. Not unless I have dementia or something like that. To which, if I do, a whole box of screws? Okay, sure. If I have something like that, then I'd feel bad a little bit. And I would check myself into a home. I would hope that I have the cognition to be able to put myself into a home so that I'm not burdening those around me. You can't beat their reaction times. That's the thing. You work on what you can beat. Preempt. If you can predict what they're going to do, then you don't need to beat their reaction times. And it's very easy to read sometimes. Cool, I got number 6. I'm loving this forage stuff right now. Yeah, you're never too old to game. Never, ever. And some games are built for us to enjoy, kind of. You don't need to be competitive. Like, Zomboid's a good example of that. This is a sandbox game where you don't need to be competitive. I mean, you can be if you want to, but, like, I mean, it's not essentially not built to be competitive. We're being competitive for fun, though. So that's a little different, I guess. You can't seem to put it down. That's fair. Well, at least you get to meet some nice folks and hang out and enjoy your games. It's not necessarily about giving up a hobby, because it's good to have a hobby, especially one that makes you happy. Plus, you get to chit-chat with some folks, right? You like hardcore permadeath games? Me too. That's one of the things that I used to play in Minecraft, and I used to play, hardcore and super difficult mods, and it was super fun. I really enjoyed that stuff, and I enjoyed this, and I enjoy lots of things. My 7 Days to Die playthrough was a permadeath playthrough. If I died, we restarted the whole world. It was fun. We made it all the way to level 300, and I learned that your character gets crazy and almost unkillable. Outside of the fringe cases where you could trap yourself and almost die. Would I ever play 7 Days again? If I do, I'm going to play with some friends or, like I would play with Emma. If we were to do a 7 Days playthrough, it would be me and Emma. So if I ever put 7 Days on the list, it would be with Emma for sure. Because if you were to compare this game to 7 Days, Emma likes 7 Days better than this game because of the way that it's oriented. It's more like an FPS game, right? As opposed to this game is isometric and sometimes can be very frustrating with certain angles. As well as this game's kind of simish, right? This game is more attuned to me. I'm better like more into this game than I would be into 7 Days. At the same time, though, I do appreciate 7 Days. Although I would prefer to play Minecraft sometimes, just because of the progression systems being a little bit more nailed down in Minecraft. Zomboid's getting there though. It will definitely hit that point eventually, and I'm looking forward to it. It's one of my favorite things is to do crafting and those kinds of things. Which is why I've delved so deeply into the crafting pools. The only crafting pool I haven't touched is glass blowing, and that's because it wasn't working properly when I was going to go into it. You clocked over 1,500 hours? That's fair. That's a fair amount of hours. You have to check your hours. I don't want to look at my hours. The amount of time I've spent on Zomboid is, like I said, it's ludicrous, but it's not the most yet. Because, like, I'm still waiting for Zomboid to overtake Overwatch as my second most played game. And then later, it'll have to contend with Minecraft for being my most played game. Because rounded numbers, like, these aren't exact, they're kind of napkin math, but I have roughly 40k hours in Minecraft over the course of multiple years. So that's quite a lot of time. Combo in the fact that for Overwatch, it's not really napkin math. It's more exact because you actually had your hours displayed. And I had about 14,000-ish, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, hours on Overwatch. And right now we're sitting at, I think we were at 4,000 last I looked. Let me double check. 4,500 roughly. I would say that I theory craft, like, so we're between 4 and 5,000 hours in this game. Still needs a long time before we're going to be able to overtake my number 2 slot. We'll get there though, because I like this game enough that I think we can hit that.
Hey! Hey!
You were on a hardcore RP server? That sounds fun. I've only done RP a couple of times, and I've enjoyed it every time. I was very shy to do the RP server a little bit, like we did the Burke Black RP server when it was there briefly. I knew that I couldn't play the second day though, so I went and got myself bit a little too early. I would have liked to continue and enjoy the server some more. But due to the fact that I was bit, all I did was prep everything so that everybody would have a nicer time next time, kind of deal. Like, I cleaned up a lot of the corpses. I got a bunch of like stuff that's important, like saws, hammers, crowbars, etc. Tons of food. Basically, I set our squad up for success. And from what I remember, our entire squad got wiped out anyways. But I don't fully recall how it all went down. Yeah, those roleplay servers are fun. They're a blast. You'd sell everything you bought in the player hub? That sounds fun. It sounds almost like you're playing like what's it called? That one game, Kenshi, I think? Is it called Kenshi? It's like a sandboxy game where you're like in the apocalypse, and I think it's called Kenshi. I've only played that game like a couple of times. I watched it like some of the folks that play it, and they are like crazy skills. You're actually coming over here, or you're gonna stay over there? Thought so. I probably know the Garson New Road. You mean me? Do I know Djax? Yeah, I know Djax. Djax is great. He's hosted many a server. I played on his Wild West server. It's memorable to me because I got a fairly good score with short blades. I had my short blades up really high. Um, I spawned when the way that I spawned in that server, on the Wild West was that I spawned in that server with a cold, a groin injury, and completely naked. Cause I was playing CDDA before, so when I loaded into that server, it loaded me in with CDDA settings, which was hilarious. Cause DJX had to run over to me and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, he fixed me." And he's like, "Okay, there you go. You don't have a cold. You're not injured anymore." Um, this server was after the Wild West one. Okay, the Wild West one was really fun. I enjoyed that one, and I died horribly due to a multiplayer jank scenario. Um, my character was T-posing on the back of an ATV, and I should have just walked. I knew better than it. It was my fault. But I was on the back of someone's ATV, and as they were driving, they left this. They left the area, and because they left the area and they left the cell that I was in, I was still with the. I was still in the back of the ATV, but but zombies surrounded it, and I was very confused a little bit because when I seen later, I was like, oh, they're already there. They're at the hub because I could see on the map that they were at the hub, like the extraction or whatever. But I wasn't there. They were still with me, and I was being surrounded. So the second my T pose thing broke, like stopped, the zombies surrounded me and ate me. It's just desync, right? That's all. I shouldn't have got on the back of the ATV to start with. It was, but at the end of the day, I had other stuff that I needed to do anyways, so it's fine that I died that way. I was okay with it. So I clapped my hands and I was like, I'm good. That was fun. It was fun to carry on. But yeah, it's okay. Multiplayer's jank. That's just how it is. There was tons of times I was locked in a cell and couldn't get out. Like I had to wait until like eventually things progressed and or because that's the way it. Sometimes you just get boxed in a cell and you'd see the cones of sadness, and those cones. You know which cones I mean, right? They look like traffic cones, but they don't let you go. They're like blocking an area. Or sometimes you just see abyss, like just abyss off into the distance. You know there's supposed to be a lake there, but it's not. It's not loaded in. The teleporting sprinters, yeah, sometimes it's rough. But it is what it is. We do the best we can, right, with what we've got, and multiplayer is going to be jank. That's just how it is. That's one of the reasons why in multiplayer I wouldn't really do permadeath outside of very fringe cases. I've done permadeath multiplayer servers with like the blood drive and stuff, but those are the only ones that I'd say yes to. Kind of is those kind, the ones that where we can go on a journey together, and we did. We all went on a journey together up until the point when the blood drive ended, and I was happy to be a part of it. But it's one of those things that it's tough, right? Because You can die to jank and it can feel unfair. At least in a single player game, if I die to jank, I could be like, look, this was jank. I can ask people based on consensus if they agree, and then I can fix it via debug. Sometimes. In this particular mode, we would be able to anyways. Because it's been allowed that debug is allowed under the circumstance that certain things, right? Like if they're I think it was Zitani was in here earlier that mentioned that one of their skills went to 10, and they're like, I'm gonna debug it back down because it's not supposed to be 10. So I'm like, yeah, that's fine. It's fine to lower your skills like that if you like. I mean, because some kind of bug caused them to rise rapidly, or if you get locked in the fishing animation and get bit that way, that's unfair. Can fix the bite and carry on. Yeah, it's those kinds of things are gonna happen a lot in Unstable, and they happen a lot in Build 41 because like Build 41, although stable, still had a lot of bugs, and I'm sure that they will gradually work through as much of the stuff as they can, as long as their passion carries them, and that's good. And kudos to the devs for being able to work on this game for as long as they have been able to, and to still carry forward that passion, even after the crazy stuff they've been through, like having their all of their data for one of the builds taken away on one of the laptops. Like that was, I think a laptop got stolen at one point in time, and they lost a good portion of code. It's rough, And then they've got real lives as well, and I'm sure that they get sick just like we do, because they're human too. A lot of folks will forget that the devs are human. Yes, they do this as a job, but they are human beings. They eat, they sleep, they have feelings, they have families, friends, social time that is not thinking about Zomboid. Thank you for wellness. I do appreciate you. I am right now in the process of I'm gonna put away some of this stuff. Emma, I think, is gonna be around eventually, and it'll be nice to spend some time with Emma when I get the chance. Because I don't know what we're gonna do. We may watch a movie, maybe, or we may. I don't remember which movie we're at, by the way. Oh no, we're on the Spider-Mans. Yeah, that's right. Emma and I are gonna have to watch all the Spider-Mans again. Yeah, we were watching the MCU, and we just made it past the one with Captain America and Iron Man where they fight and Spider-Man is involved. And now we're doing all the Spider-Mans, starting with the Raimi films and going all the way through, right? Again, we agreed that that's what we would do, which means that we get to watch all of the Raimi films, and Emma begrudgingly doesn't, is like we're going to watch the other stuff too. But Emma doesn't like those films nearly as much. Because the second these become harvestable, I need to harvest them because they will die very quickly. So I need to be wary of that. But yeah, we'll be through the we've still not made it to, we've seen Thanos, but we've still not made it to the point where he's like a villain or anything. He's like, we've seen him, he exists, but I've not seen his films yet. I gotta cook up those acorns. I feel like we're making solid progress, though. It's taken a little while to get ourselves situated, but... Just gonna top off regularity really quickly. How's our weight doing? Might want to catch a fish or two as though. There we go. And done. There we go. Perfect. All the pain comes in and is gone. All while we're sleeping. Okay. We made some good progress. I'm quite content with our progress right now. So I'm going to wrap it up there. As much as I would like to continue, I will... Let's have a peek. Yeah, it's a good stopping point for right now. And we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll, continue and have some fun tomorrow. Let's raid out. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Ooh, we get an opportunity. Here, we'll raid Lauren. Because they raided me before. There you go. You guys can go hang out with Lauren. Alright? Lauren is roughly 2k in and is doing really good in the rat race. Okay. See you guys next time. It's been my pleasure as always. Ta for now.